Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. You already know what it is. We back with things, and it's always an honor and a privilege to touch down and talk to the people. Tonight, you already know what it is. We got ourselves a virtuoso. We may even be giving some nice, good discussions that we could take with us. It's going to be a lot of breaking news here this week coming from Flight Sports. We got a lot of big things on tap for you. And today I thought it would be fitting to discuss the state of the Ball brothers, Lonzo, Lamelo, Liangelo. We all know their story past, their just unpredictable future. Pretty much it's really like, where do we want to start? Number one, we all know what's going on with Lonzo. We all know what's going on with Melo, and it's a lot of questions we got. What's going on with Jello? With Jello just now touching down out in Mexico and doing big things. We also are going to talk about the state of Big Baller Brand as well. We got LeVar Ball making major moves out there in Mexico. It's going to be big business going on. LeVar had an extensive summer that we're going to break down as well. It's so much to touch on, y'all. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Sky. Shout out to Jess. Shout out to my man Chuck. Daniel in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even got started yet. Listen, I got my man All Access with me. Dex, what's the deal? Triple B's is in the building. It's Flight Sports. What up?
Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. Shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And most definitely, big ups to everybody pulling up. Just listen, slide through. You know what I'm saying? And keep the Draco head, keep your blanket in your car, and come in peace, leave in one piece, and we will give you an exuberant experience. But before we continue, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience, Flight.
Yes, most definitely. So, like I said, it's really, where do we want to start today? Again, we are discussing the Ball brothers. Number one, we of course we could always discuss Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball was in the major headlines, this week with Stephen A. Smith. Seems like, and it's going to be interesting to see how people want to slice or dice the way Stephen A. Smith attacked that, because I think he tried to play some damage control, but it seems like even us as Ball family supporters and things like that, when people are getting critical, when people have questions, we can't just always ring the alarm, and I'm not just saying that from Stephen A.'s perspective, just other people's as well. Criticism should be welcome, as long as it's, the difference between criticism and downright idiocy. And hopefully we don't get none of that tonight. But Dex, Discussing our man Lonzo Ball for 1 second, like I just stated, Stephen A. Came out wild on his show this week. What was your thoughts on the Stephen A. Smith dynamic with Lonzo Ball? Because he had a lot to say. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, Flight, to be honest with you, it was a belligerent display of journalistic betrayal. And Stephen A knows exactly what he's doing, right? He's really barking up a tree because he wants to get LeVar Ball out of the bushes. He wants a confrontation with LeVar Ball. Despite LeVar Ball saying what he have said about Stephen A. Smith on Vlad TV interview, Stephen A. Smith wants the smoke with LeVar Ball. For what reason? I don't know. I guess he felt that situation didn't end well on his behalf. And LeVar Ball is being sought after on various media platforms, and it's international. And what ESPN attempted to do was to put a muzzle over the mouth of LeVar Ball, and it backfired. And LeVar Ball have shown that his stout disposition and celebrity have trumped ESPN and Stephen A. Smith. So, in Stephen A. Smith's act of defiance and taking the L, he wants to take a nip out of Lonzo Ball, who he assumed is LeVar's favorite. Because Lonzo is the one who pioneered the embarkment of the historic coming to the NBA, having your own shoe brand, which was a family brand. And Stephen A. has been relentless on trying to rip the Big Baller brand as a marketing ploy. So this is all what Stephen A. Smith is trying to do. He's trying to bring it back full circle in which he can engage LeVar Ball on the Stephen A. Smith show, not ESPN, because ESPN banned LeVar, not the Stephen A. Smith show. So this is the curtailing of ESPN and trying to come full circle with LeVar Ball on the Stephen A. Smith show, because he know that's going to be a bonanza. Okay, he missed out on the Cat Williams. He missed out on the Monique. But if he can get LeVar Ball in a heavy, contentious conversation in which he can play devil's advocate, he know that will be a social media explosion. Having LeVar Ball bark back at Stephen A. Smith dissension on the ascension of the Big Baller brand, LeVar Ball himself.
It always was big, Dex, whenever LeVar touched down on ESPN for their ratings. So I know Stephen A. Smith is scratching at the bit to get a piece of that, especially for his show. You know, with all these other shows popping off now, you know, he might start to feel the footsteps. But I'm with you there. I think with a situation with this storyline that he has been brewing for a while, because he spoke on it last time, you know, and now again, and now if he was to get LeVar on, I think it could possibly, who knows what could happen, you know, and that's the unpredictable factor, and that's why everybody gonna be watching.
And Flight, exactly, and because when you listen to Stephen A. Smith, who is a wordsmith himself, right? He knows how to formulate words in a grammatic way in which he can play both sides of the fence. So on one end, he's saying that he's not going to capitulate totally and fully to the L he has been taking with the big baller brand, but he will show some contrition towards LeVar and his sons. And hopefully LeVar will accept the overture of Stephen A. Smith to come on the Stephen A. Smith show. Because when you look at the big baller brand featuring LeVar Ball, you go look at Club Shay Shay interview and see those numbers, what people don't talk about. You go look at, and those were the early numbers of Club Shay Shay. Remember, LeVar Ball was on there in the early stint of Club Shay Shay, getting the momentum going. Look at the Vlad and what Vlad did with Big Baller Brand, LeVar Ball. And Stephen A. Smith wants a crack at that. He wants a crack at LeVar in which he can be forthright, no holds barred, relentless, without the chains. And he knows Stephen A. Smith is a very intelligent man. He may act clownish or coonish to some degree to pamper to the other side of the fence concerning black issues. He's great at that. And he just can imagine in his hairline receding head that if he can get LeVar Ball on the Stephen A. Smith show, it will garner at least 10 million views. And that kind of atmosphere where everybody knows that Stephen A. Smith is going to be contentious. He's just not going to let the big baller himself, LeVar Ball, just roll out his say without being met with contentious and opposition towards his goals and dreams. That which a lot of people wants to hear from, because most people who allow LeVar Ball on a platform basically just give him an open space to speak, because what he says is what some people might say convoluted with delusionalism, or he is a dream chaser, or he's innovative. So you have a bag of gumbo when it comes to all the gravitation and attachment that has been connected to LeVar Ball when he have a microphone or a platform to speak from. And this what makes him so galvanizing and intriguing based on the way he thinks, because we know he thinks outside the box. Some people like it, some people don't, but everybody have their say on how it is allowed to come forth to the listener's ear. And this is what Stephen A. Smith is trying to do. And this is why he's pricking at Lonzo and revisiting something that's already been dead and water under the bridge. You follow what I'm saying? Because Lonzo already spoke and said that I like you. So right there, I don't have no beef with you. All the stuff you said about me, my family, my dad, I don't have no beef with you. I kind of like you, even though I don't know you. So that means Lonzo do listen when Stephen A. Smith talks. I don't know to what extent, but it shows that he does. And Stephen A. Smith realizes, and hopefully putting Lonzo out there, or finding a reason to put Lonzo out there. Let me put that out there. Based on coach of the Chicago Bulls, Donovan, speaking on Lonzo progression, update, and status. So Stephen A. Smith is going to try to take a negative and become a spin doctor. And hopefully that will arouse in the minds of those Lonzo supporters to have feedback, and hopefully it reaches up the Tower of Babylon to LeVar Ball himself. and then LeVar Ball would speak. Because LeVar Ball did initiate a Stephen A. Smith feeling in the Vlad interview.
Steven, I don't know if people heard LeVar called him a $3 bill.
Right.
Yes, and then he also said that he wasn't a fan of him. He said he didn't like him. People think LeVar likes Stephen A. And it's crazy. He had Lonzo say that he do like him. So I think it's definitely one. It would be crazy to see that happen if them two were to sit down though. What do you think about his?
Well, LeVar Ball. Reason why LeVar Ball, according to my summation, the reason why LeVar Ball say he don't like him because Stephen A. Smith have been attacking his brand, and see that should be a no. You follow what I'm saying? And reason why I'm saying that should be a no because you should allow a 5-year period to come out before you judge any kind of new business that's coming to the forefront. You follow what I'm saying? You should allow a 5-year period because that's how business plan. Most small business plan for a 5-year presence in the market. And then you judge based on that. But he came out the box judging it because he came out on behalf of the oligarchs of the NBA. He didn't come out on behalf of himself. Most white folks just can't speak about a black brand in a black dominant sport. That's a killer. That's a career killer. So they need a talking head that will espouse their points. And Stephen A. Smith took on that chore to do that. And this is why LeVar dislikes him. Now, Lonzo said he likes him based on the comedic ways of Stephen A. Smith. Because Lonzo likes comedy. He likes to laugh. He likes the things that appears to be joyous. So it's funny to him. Even though Stephen A. Smith, according to Lonzo, when it comes to Lonzo, he is inaccurate and he's misinforming the listening public. So that's why he challenged him. I don't know who's your source, but this is what's going on here. So for Stephen A. Smith to try to save face flight, he tried to regurgitate some bad feelings about Lonzo even coming out trying to challenge him because Stephen A. Smith feels that he's above reproach. He might say he's not, but he's a very arrogant bastard. And so when Lonzo did what he did, a lot of people champion that. Like, yeah, throw pie in Stephen A. Smith's face. Yeah, have him eat crow. See, a lot of people relish and enjoy that, and that pissed Stephen A. Smith off. You know what I'm saying? So he couldn't wait for an opportunity of some news that's kind of ambiguous and vague that he can spin it the way he want to spin it. Because he didn't highlight Lonzo was jumping. Lonzo was shooting. There's no setback. See, he didn't highlight that. Only thing he wanted to highlight, what he perceived was negative, is that Lonzo is not sprinting. And the reason why Lonzo is not sprinting, not that he can't sprint, is because that's not the stage of his regimen based on the insurance that is laid out for his contract for him to return to get that $21 million. So they laid out a regimen for Lonzo. At this stage, we want you to do this. At this stage, we want you to do that. At this stage, you can do this. And he's not at the stage where they are officially accepting him sprinting. And if anything goes bad, if they ask him to sprint, his insurance won't be void. See, these are the things that the people like Stephen A. Smith won't talk about because he has a narrative to spin. He's a professional spin doctor. And I'm telling you, he's a genius at it. So he's not going to tell you that the reason why Lonzo's not sprinting is because the Bulls and the doctors are not comfortable to allow him to sprint based on the Bulls already filing for the Disability Act on Lonzo's contract. Because if Lonzo start running and sprinting or showing that he's running and sprinting as well as jumping and shooting, then the NBA going to be like, whoa, it looks like he can come back. You know what I'm saying? He can come back under minute restriction but it looks like he's qualified to come back. So now that exemption for Lonzo disability, we have to revisit that, and maybe you might have to pay back some of that because Lonzo can come back. And with this new CBA already being in full swing and thoroughly enforced, there's a section of the CBA that is called player participation. And it works both ways. It almost was fully enacted on James Harden upon leaving Philly, but it didn't. But upon investigation, they found that Philly was in the error. But if they find out during player participation policy that Lonzo Ball is able to perform, maybe albeit limited, but still able to perform, then the Bulls could be charged of violating the player participation policy by not allowing him to perform, so they can ride out that disability clause in which they gain money upon Lonzo not being available for the team for that season.
Good call there, Dex, man. Like I said, that's an unbelievable take there. What about some of the takeaways that he actually spoke about on the floor? I like how you highlighted that, how he only talked about the things that fit his narrative with Lonzo not sprinting. Why didn't he read the whole entire report? Because he just glossed over everything that Lonzo could do. I just thought that was real disrespectful and pretty disgusting. I didn't understand that. As when I looked into the reports, it's like he just snatched what he wanted to snatch and then plastered it all over the internet.
Well, that's what spin doctors do, Flight. He's a journalistic con man. I mean, for crying out loud, I mean, who really likes Jason Whitlock? I mean, I was proud of Stephen A. Smith to be bold and courageous enough to call Jason Whitlock a fat bastard, which is very deserving. But it's like two ends of the same snake with Jason Whitlock and Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith is just a little more charismatic and a little more crafty in the way he spews out his disassociation with the celebrity and financial plight of today's NBA players and even some other black players across the sporting board. You follow what I'm saying? So, because he's the mouthpiece of them, not us. I mean, Max Kellerman highlighted that, and that's why he got Max Kellerman the hell up out of there. He's like, oh, no, you ain't finna do me like that. You follow what I'm saying? And he got Max Kellerman up out of there. Because remember, Max Kellerman was the one invited to the barbecue. I don't agree with that either, but that's how, Black America or Black Twitter was announcing the arrival of Max Kellerman over Stephen A. Smith, which was kind of perturbing to me because I don't really agree with that. You know what I'm saying? You're just trying to find a white boy to come to the barbecue to let you know that you're not racist or you're not prejudiced or anything to that nature, which is absurd to me, But nevertheless, Stephen A. Smith is very crafty, and his swivel and his serpentine-like motion, what you call surreptitious, his serpentine-like motion is a little more fancy than Jason Whitlock. But Jason Whitlock, excuse me, but Jason Whitlock called him on his BS. Jason Whitlock called him on his BS. Now, that is, excuse me, two journalists, because Jason Whitlock is a journalist. a college graduate, just like Stephen A. Smith. But Jason Whitlock just happened to go to a school, I believe, in Indiana, Ball State University, and Stephen A. Smith went to an HBCU. But they still supposed to have journalistic integrity. But I believe both of them are very immoral when it comes to the journalistic integrity, and have fallen short of the level. So when you see that Stephen A. Smith is that type of spin doctor flight, then you will understand why he only cherry picks what he believes that he can flip through his forked tongue and deceive the listener and misguide the listener through his tricknology of his tongue. And so sometimes he get caught on it, sometimes he get called on it, but most time he gets away with it because a lot of people see it as entertaining. While you looking at it as entertaining, guess what? There's a victim. When he spews that misinformation and uses his forked tongue to highlight his prolific gift of speech and deliverance, then he gets promoted, while the person that is receiving those assaults either get embarrassed, get relinquished, or even reduced based on the nature of Stephen A. Smith speaking on behalf of the oligarchs of the sport that he is attacking that said player.
I'm with you there, man. Like I said, Stephen A. Smith, and I like what I don't like, but this guy pretty much is attaching himself to Lonzo Ball's return, because he said in closing that the video of Lonzo poolside, going up and down pause, that video is gonna live in infamy, until he returns to the court. What did you think about that statement? Because that statement to me is like he riding the Lonzo wave with his return. So when Lonzo return, Stephen A. Smith gonna get a big pop as well. In this whole situation, this is just wild how Stephen A. is doing this.
He's trying to set up either LeVar or Lonzo to come on his show, and he might have a little more luck with Lonzo than LeVar, right? He wants LeVar. LeVar's the big show. But he take Lonzo because Lonzo played for the Bulls, and the Bulls are a legacy-oriented championship franchise with the allure of Michael Jordan hovering over the United Center. They call it the building that Michael Jordan built, right? His statue's out there. And then all of the stuff that is going on with former Bulls players going on tour, highlighting their time and stench and tour with Michael Jordan. So it's a lot culminating into the crescendo of a big baller representation on the Stephen A. Smith show. And we all know Lonzo, out of all the Ball brothers, is that dude. I know Lamelo getting his shine right now, but when Lonzo's on the scene, it's different. It's just different.
Now you know a lot of people. You're gonna rub a lot of people the wrong
No,
way.
but it doesn't matter.
Right.
That doesn't matter because I'm not here to appease the delusionals. I'm not here to appease that. We know when Lonzo's on the scene, it's a little different. We've seen it before. We've seen when both of them was on the scene. You can say, well, LaMelo was on the come up, but LaMelo was an all-star. Lonzo has yet to reach that status of all-star. But as far as the allure and the gravitation that Lonzo have, I mean, it's deep and it's steep because Lonzo is looked upon as an adult. LaMelo is looked upon, whether we recognize it or not, as a kid or a young man. You know, a lot of older people are hesitant to jump on the LaMelo bandwagon because they just feel that he's just a kid. I mean, they haven't accepted that LaMelo has become a man and in a situation with a woman that's stable. See, a lot of people don't even want that to even recognize that about LaMelo. They just want to isolate LaMelo all unto himself into a world that is encapsulated with just LaMelo. But that is something that LaMelo despises. LaMelo wants you to recognize his mom. LaMelo wants you to recognize his pops, his brothers, and his co-partner. He wants you to recognize this. He wants you to recognize his niece and his nephew. But a lot of people don't want to recognize that. And that's why they will never have action at LaMelo. I don't care how much they scream Jermaine. You follow what I'm saying? I'm telling you something that's some real shit. He look at these people
Tell him, Dex.
as weirdos. Like, how you don't recognize my pops? How you don't recognize my mom? How you don't recognize my brother, especially Lonzo, who he looks up to, even to this day, whether Lonzo on the court or not. That's his big brother. How you going to cast out my brother that I always looked up to, that I always wanted to be better in? That's what gave me the ambition to be what I am right now, because I just wanted to pass Lonzo. I just wanted my father to see that I'm better than Lonzo. When LaMelo made Lonzo fall to his knees on a crossover in the old house in Chino Hills, he got up and ran and didn't finish the game and ran straight to his dad and told him what he just did. And his dad didn't believe it until Lonzo confirmed it. Yeah, he got me, but I slipped. So these are the things that they don't want to recognize about LaMelo, because they want to worship LaMelo. And that's foul in itself. How you gonna worship somebody that's 23 years old, that don't know, that haven't even completed 25 years of life, a quarter of life? Let's say you live to 100. He haven't even reached a quarter of his life, but you want to worship him. LaMelo knows he has a lot of maturation on the court and off the court that needs developing. He knows this. But yet, you want to put a shrine out for LaMelo and disregard anybody else that had the great opportunity to help shape, fashion, and mold LaMelo into what he is today. They might not be responsible for the totality of what LaMelo has become, but they are branches of the tree or the root that nourish LaMelo Ball into what he is now. Now, but when it comes to something negative about LaMelo Ball, guess what they do, Flight?
What they do, Dex?
They attribute it to LeVar. Anything negative, when it comes to LaMelo or any of the Ball boys, then they attribute it to LeVar. But when there is positive, they look all over the place to try to give it its credit and kudos and try to leave LeVar out, despite Flight, the boy saying, my pops, my mom. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
They would love to give it to Tina. But Tina's in a situation that she can't receive those adulations and show appreciation and become a dichotomist to LeVar Ball. That's what they want to do, because these people they're based on divide and conquer. That's all they want to do is divide and conquer. They're not looking at as a unit or as an atom. You know what I'm saying? We know the atom is comprised of three elements. Some say two, depending on the science that you want to ascribe to. Proton, neutron, electron. You follow what I'm saying? And some want to subscribe to is the proton and the neutron is one, and then you got the electron. But wherever the atom is composed of more than one component, and it divides and it can explode and it can become wonderful things. It's the root of all things material. So when it comes to bringing multiple things from various aspects and ratio to a solid unit, they don't want that. They don't want it to become a solid unit. So the people like Stephen A. Smith and those who champion his cause wants to keep that from being a unit, and they want to keep it separated, because long as it's separated, that means there's gaps. And anytime there's gaps, you can try to fill in those gaps to what you want it to be. And hopefully that it would never close and become a unit again. And so that's why you keep these negative stimulant or stimulus spiraling over the digital landscape, is because you don't want it to be what it's going to be anyway. Because I'm going to tell you this, Flight, you can't stop an idea whose time has come. You can't. There's nothing you can do about it. When it's time for that idea to be impregnated, and then once it's in its pregnancy and it goes through its stages of developing inside a contraption, inside a cocoon, inside a chrysalis, inside a womb, inside of something that is protecting that idea, and then once it's time for it to give birth, you can't stop it. It's a landslide. It's like you're trying to stop an avalanche up in Colorado or the Swiss Alps. You can't. You get buried. And this is what they're trying to do, but they're so fixed on not seeing this thing come together that they're going to continue to put doubt in the minds of those who's on the fringe of it. So you can't put doubt in the minds that are wholeheartedly believers, but those who are on the fringe, those who's not sure, those who show signs of doubt, then you can penetrate their mind, because their mind have shown some signs of weakness. And if you can penetrate the weak minds and flip it, then that's one unit that's not a part of what's culminating to a whole. You follow what I'm saying? So they keep that away. And then those who are staunch believers and those who want to see something miraculous happen in their lifetime, then there's nothing you can do with that wheel, because that wheel is in full motion. And if you try to interfere with that wheel, then it'll flip you off as dead or unnecessary debris. But those who still is in the stage of, I don't know, I'm not sure, I need more information, who to believe, you know what I'm saying? Basically, doubting Thomas. Those doubting Thomas that's out there, those are the one that people like Stephen A. Smith and Jason Whitlocks of the world are feasting on, because they have yet to be decided, and they look upon them as fickle-minded individuals, male, female, boy, girl, or anything in between, if you have that kind of mindset. And this is something that's been going on amongst us as a people for eons. You know, the Willie Lynch syndrome. That is something that is really prevalent amongst us. We might not use the term Willie Lynch, or we might not even go into depth to explain what Willie Lynch is anymore. But these things that comprises the Willie Lynch syndrome are very pervasive in the society and in the digital landscape. So they brought that crap all over to the digital landscape. You know what I'm saying? The big I's and little U's. And Stephen A. Smith subscribed to that, big I's and little U's. And it just so happens that Shannon Sharp, Club Shay Shay, and Stephen A. Smith, being a city slick New Yorker, why, old poor Southern Savannah, Georgia, with a Lisbeth Club Shay Shay, Stephen A. Smith couldn't even imagine that he would come over to ESPN and be that. He knew Shay Shay can be something because he's a Hall of Famer. And he is a informative Hall of Famer. But the love that Club Shay Shay gets from Shannon Sharp and the people, Stephen A. Smith couldn't imagine that. So he is trying to drum up contention and controversy. And then hopefully he can encapsulate it to the point where he can bring it over to his show and have an explosion. Maybe not as big as Club Shay Shay, because he surpassed the Joe Rogan experience, JRE, and viewers, to the point where Joe Rogan went and got Cat Williams' goddamn self. You understand what I'm saying? Joe Rogan went and got Cat Williams himself. Like, dude, really? You are the one that made Club Shay Shay the most viewed in digital landscape history. And Shay Shay just taking it with stride, whether you agree or disagree with him. And LeVar had choice words for him as well. LeVar Ball had choice words for Shannon Sharp as well. And LeVar was one of the first guests on Club Shay Shay, putting up big numbers when he first started out. So something must have happened where they had a handshake agreement and Shannon Sharp didn't fall through with it. You know what I'm saying? Like bringing Liangelo Ball on the show. You want me to keep going, Flight, or you want me to shut up?
Nah, man, you good. I mean, like I said, that's just some wild shit, man, with Lonzo, man. But bottom line is, like I said, I want to reiterate there haven't been any setbacks pertaining to Lonzo Ball, because that was a big thing. And I just want to remind everybody, Lonzo.
Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat.
Definitely shout out to the chat. King C Thunder. You could always get in the chat. Let us know what state of the ball brothers you want to speak on. We just had diving in a little bit of Lonzo. It's been some time since we've seen Lonzo on the court, but I just want to let everybody know he's on his way. And it seems like all indications is he should be locked and loaded, ready to go for next season. Anything other than that, then we'll be here to report that to you. But it don't seem like nothing's going to get in the way of next year. And like I said, the Bulls deserve it. They're going through hell. Zach is going to be out as well. He's going to be coming back. I think the Bulls, they're going to be in a good situation. If they wanted to blow this situation up, they would have done it already. I just want to point that out as well. So they clearly have some faith here with Lonzo. Lonzo was definitely put out by the Bulls. If you following NBC Sports Chicago, where the Bulls are aired, you will see that Lonzo was on there. A couple of times he's been on the bench. He's around, and that's what you want to see. If Lonzo was doing the Zion thing, where he was out maybe in Portland or wherever, then it could be a head scratcher. But Lonzo is still a member of the Chicago Bulls, as much as some people want to separate him from the Bulls. You can't do that. Dex, as we get into Lonzo, what kind of player do you think he'll be when he returns? Because that's something that Stephen A. spoke on as well. What version of Lonzo do you think we will see, or you think it's too early to tell?
Basically, I think it's too early to tell. It's hard for me to prognosticate Lonzo's performance, because most of it's going to be in his head. I think it's going to be fully healthy, but that's still going to be in your head. So he's going to have to get that out of his head, that an injury can befall him, and just play basketball and let the universe do its thing. I know it's easier said than done, because it's just a human nature that we put ourselves in protective mode. because we are only garnered one life, right? And we know the first law of nature is self-preservation. So he will be in self-preserve mode upon coming back, being fully enthralled with the Bulls' active roster, whoever that may be. And this is why Zach LaVine, I can share this, right? This is why Zach LaVine called off his trade. Remember, Zach LaVine requested a trade. And upon realizing that Lonzo is making a speedy recovery because people said he wasn't going to ever play again. So if he reached the point where the Bulls are satisfied with Lonzo's development, and Coach Billy Donovan come out with courage and strength and conviction and say,
Voyager Trends Incorporated.
and say, I'll call you back. And say all the things that Lonzo have accomplished to this point, but he has yet to be given permission to sprint. These are the things that Zach LaVine is already aware of weeks ago, even though the Bulls didn't make no public statement on it. So if he feels Lonzo is coming back, why in the hell would he want to leave after being the face of the franchise? Because the guy that's going to be the wheel within the wheel, Lonzo Ball, I'm speaking of. Why, like I was telling the guy over on that says he's the #1 Bulls content creator, whoever, Roosevelt. Why would the Bulls break up something when they have already seen if these pieces are together, where it can go? Not only is it wise for the Bulls to do so, because keep in mind, a lot of these Bulls haven't played fully since Lonzo been gone. There has been injuries, and guys have been off for a minute. I'm talking about the core. I'm talking about the core of that success. Alex Caruso, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. Only one that's kind of really been a stable mate is Nikola Vucevic. But a lot of those other guys, they have been out for a significant amount of time too throughout those seasons. And a lot of that could be based on getting some extra rest, especially when the news of Lonzo is trending good. So they won't be burnt out by the time he come back. So Zach LaVine is from the same stable, Clutch Sport, as Lonzo. And it was by the request of Zach LaVine through Clutch Sports, Rich Paul and company, to get Lonzo over there. And it caused the Chicago Bulls to be sanctioned due to the fact they tampered with a player that was already under contract. But they didn't. Did they care? They only lost a second-round pick. That didn't hurt them. I know a lot of people that kind of dislike Lonzo on that Chicago Bull train felt that Lonzo hurted the team because they they lost a second-round pick. I mean, like, really? Shut the fuck up. How the hell he hurt the team on second round? What second-round pick that you know that Chicago Bulls had action at that is thriving so hard right now in that draft? Really? Come on. They just don't like Lonzo, or they just don't like LeVar, or they just don't like the atmosphere that LeVar Ball brings with the big baller brand and the boisterousness, the loudness, and the confidence of a black man being able to feel free amongst the oligarchs and not walk with his head down, his shoulder slumped, and not able to look up in the eye of his counterparts and speak his truths. Some people just don't like that. You're making trouble for us. You're making trouble for us. We all good on this side of the track, and now here you come making trouble for us. You gonna get them folk mad at us. You follow what I'm saying? So this is why Zach LaVine rescinded his request and failed in the shadows and just allow Lonzo to come back and do this thing the way it's supposed to be done and finish the deal. Flight.
I'm with you. Man. What you think about Lamelo Ball? Obviously, people are clamoring for Melo to get back on the floor. A lot of people got this to say, that to say about Lamelo Ball. The Charlotte Hornets this season has been crazy. They made a move. What do you think about the state of what's going on with Melo? Because nobody predicted this season to go the way it went. Who the hell would have thought Melo would have missed another damn near a lot of the season? Which I do believe, in my personal opinion, that Melo could possibly get back, but I think it is something going on where they just holding him out. Do you think it's something like that going on, or do you think that there's some serious shit happening there?
I believe they holding him out. I believe that the Melo Ball, no matter what name is on the back of that purple and teal outside of him, that he can make them competitors if healthy. And so what they're doing now is not rushing him back because, like I said, months ago, that LaMelo Ball is the kind of guy, young man, that has a spirit of defiance in him to the point where you can call it stubborn. And the one thing that LaMelo Ball hates is failure. I mean, he despises this to the nth degree. And by him not being able to get out on that hardwood and rumble with the best of them rumble with the best of them within the 94 feet rectangle on a 48-minute nightly basis, it's irritating to him. And it irks him. And by default, that has become his Achilles heel. Because on numerous occasions, his pop said, listen, Melo, those bleachers going to be there when you get back. That logo is going to be there when you get back. Them people going to pay you regardless. Do not force yourself if you're not ready. Because not only is you cheating yourself, you cheating the game. And you cheating your fans who look at you as indestructible and better than anybody within your age range. So if you go out there and you're not fully capable of enduring a substantial amount of consecutive games and you reel them out competitively, you're going to break the heart of those loyal fans that have paid dearly, not only to see you, but to put on your merch. And when these fans put on your merch, son, I'm telling you, they have put on your merch from Lithuania, from Chino Hills, from Lithuania to the Illawarra Hawks, the JBA World Tour. People bought those jerseys, the LA Ballers, and your number 2 jersey, which everybody knew you was going to change eventually. They still bought it because they just wanted to have an attachment and show their loyalty to you and your brilliant display of basketball on a nightly basis, being so competitive and so innovative and demonstrating things from a pass perspective, a shot perspective, and a creative perspective at that age amongst these caliber players that hadn't been seen in a very, very long time, if seen at all. Breaking records as a rookie, a record that stood for like 67 years or 66 years or something to that nature. You broke it. LaMelo Ball broke it. Ain't been broke since. Think over that. Not only did you have a Rookie of the Year campaign, and you won Rookie of the Year in the first half of the season. Who does that? Patrick Ewing? Grant Hill? Who does that? You won Rookie of the Year only playing half a season, basically. Yeah, you came back, but your Rookie of the Year was basically locked up, and you only played half of the season. Think about that. So, LaMelo Ball is one of those unique-minded young men who don't rest on his laurels. I know people was trying to say, and you guys know who they are, and you guys don't even call them out. Y'all so weak, man. Y'all some weak motherfuckers. Because y'all don't call these niggas out, man. They was trying to say LaMelo ain't developed since high school. Well, who started that narrative? Oh, LaMelo looked the same since high school. He's doing the same stuff since high school. And y'all go over there and parade with these motherfuckers and then want to come back and challenge us, who never waver. So you saying LaMelo high school could win Rookie of the Year amongst the type of talent that he played against in that rookie season? The Devin Vassell's, the Desmond Baines, the Tyrese Halliburton's, the Anthony Edwards, the Tyrese Maxey's, the Obi Toppins. Huh? Really? The Patrick Williams. As a high schooler, you think those dudes would come to his high school and he would run circles around them in high school as he did as a rookie? But yet he didn't develop more in his game. He looks the same since high school. In high school, he was, I think the tallest he was in high school was like 6 feet. 5'10", 6 feet, I believe. And now he's 6'8". And he's doing this at 6'8". At the time that he done, he was like 6'7", because he grew an inch since he came into the league. And you chumps let these con men get away with that, because they felt that since LaMelo was hurt, they wanted to move off LaMelo and move closer to Tyrese Halliburton or Ant-Man. See, this is their disloyalty, because all they want is who's hot. They don't care about the individual. They just want who's hot, because who hot is going to bring in views, and views is going to bring in some money. And so that's what they're doing it for, the money. And you let these chumps get away with that. You don't challenge them because you're afraid that they'll dissociate themselves from you. So that's cowardice. That's cowardice. We never wavered from LaMelo, and we Lonzo Ball's channel. But yet y'all want to fight against us. Talk about us. Go behind steel curtains and speak ill against us. But we never wavered on LaMelo, nor have we downed LaMelo. Now, there's people on this chat or the panel might have said something a little less than what most of us agree about LaMelo, but that's their perspective. Go to their channel and challenge them on that. Don't come up here and try to fight us when we ain't never win against LaMelo. Now, one time, even when LaMelo played Lonzo, I mean, it was hyped at Flight Sports. It was very hyped when those two was going at it, when Lonzo was a Pelican. But we never talked down on LaMelo. That's a ball brother. We don't do that here. That's something we don't do. We don't disregard. When LaMelo was coming into the league and when Lonzo was being hurled and LaMelo was coming in, taking a lot of that shine away, we didn't hurl any negatives against LaMelo. I'm not talking about people on the panel. I'm talking about officially Flight Sports TV. You never did that. All we did was try to big up Lonzo and bring LaMelo in when there was space. Because whenever Lonzo didn't play, we showed Melo. We live stream Melo. We talked Melo. Matter of fact, we had a LaMelo Ball show here at Flight Sports TV. And where was you guys at supporting? Who else was sharing that LaMelo Ball show?
Shout out to AB the hero. He was the only person who shared the Lamelo Ball show. A lot of people come to Flight Sports. I was real disgusted with the amount of support. A lot of nobody should not a lot of people. A lot of people was in the chat, but not a lot of people showed up. That just invoked the more fuel in the fire. Once Lamelo get back, we're gonna be relaunching this show because a lot of people wanted it to fail. So I'm determined for it to succeed. So it will be relaunched, and I just want to let you know that. Anytime somebody tries to not give me what we deserve, we're just gonna come back 10 times harder. We ain't gonna stop. We ain't gonna quit. We ain't going home. No, we coming right back stronger than ever.
Yeah, and so for those who felt that we didn't have no love for the Hornets or we didn't have no love for LaMelo, y'all listen to them crackheads saying that, oh, they don't like LaMelo over there. And then you come over here and see that we have a LaMelo Ball show. And we had footage of LaMelo Ball that nobody else has. Nobody. And when I say nobody, I'm saying nobody. When I say nobody, listen to me clear. I'm saying nobody. We had exclusive footage of LaMelo Ball off-court antics that nobody else had for the LaMelo Ball show. We didn't show it on any other really streams, but it was just for the LaMelo Ball show because it was dedicated to LaMelo Ball and the things that he was doing. So we appreciate all those who did fuck with us on the LaMelo Ball show. You know what I'm saying? Because it was successful. But for those who was trying to put out the narrative that we didn't have no love for LaMelo, not here at the Flight Sports TV. That was never the case. We have always wrapped our arms around all of the Ball brothers, including the parents. We have always done this. And let me tell you why. Because Flight is not that type of greasy dude like a lot of these other greasy niggas are in this landscape that you guys love because you love that negative stimulation. So you love falling behind these greasy ass niggas that's constantly ducking and dodging and moving just like Alan Foster. Y'all love that type of shit. But the man that stand on his own and is constantly outside, y'all disavow. Y'all treat him like a pariah while y'all go follow megalomaniacs, sociopaths. And my myopic narrative spin doctors. This is what you guys do now. And I'm only sharing this with you because we just want you to know that we are aware. We just don't really speak on it a lot. But sometimes we have to let you know we are aware because if we don't, you're going to keep doing that silly shit and think it's cute. And he in different spaces. LeVar Ball is the tree that these ball boys fall from or even attached to, if you want to keep it scientific, right? And the ripest fruit will fall first. And this is why Liangelo Ball himself may not be the ripest fruit just yet. And that's why he's still latched to the branches. While LaMelo and Lonzo, they already hit the ground running. It happens with a tree. But it doesn't mean that that fruit is deformed or defective and it won't fall in due season and it just sit on that branch and just become overripe. That doesn't mean that. It just means when that fruit gets enough juice and becomes heavier than the branch that holds it, gravity will take its rightful place, and that fruit will fall to the ground and be off running. And right now, this is what we are witnessing with Liangelo Ball. And this is something that people are biting back against because they have already predicated their narrative that Liangelo Ball will not make the NBA. So instead of evolving and watching this play out, they have already predicted. So they have stuck their flag in the sand. And now they have to purposefully defend their flag that they stuck prematurely in the sand. And this is where nigger head come in at. See, a nigger head is hard head, right? Because most of them don't believe fat meat is greasy. So they have to endure the actual bumping their head against the proverbial wall and feel the pain and be like, oh, shit, there's a wall. Oh, my God. And it hurts. Instead of observing others that might went ahead of them hitting that wall and bouncing back with pain and preventing them from receiving that same pain in about face 180 until that wall is knocked down. But no, because they have nothing to lose, according to them, by pushing forward with a negative, with a narrative, excuse me, not negative, but with a narrative that might not be correct.
So what do you
Jello
think
ain't good in
about?
it.
So what do you think about? We'll get back to Melo, but what do you think about Liangelo Ball and his ascension out to Mexico? You know, playing for the Astros. Obviously, everybody's got questions and things like that. With Liangelo Ball taking his journey to Mexico, playing for the Ciba Copa and the Astros. We had immense content. I want to let everybody know right now, a lot of your questions could be answered sooner than later because, ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Tomorrow we will have an exclusive for you guys. Make sure you guys pull up tomorrow at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern. We will have Michael Bryson, teammate of Liangelo Ball for the Astros. You already know what it is. So we're going to break it all down. This man right here, Michael Bryson, just played 2 games with Jello. He's practicing with Jello. He's in team meetings with Liangelo. He's going to be able to tell us everything that we need to know. Also, he has a similar journey to Liangelo as well, playing for the Delaware Blue Coats for the G League. So, believe it or not, a lot of their histories were intertwined. So we're going to get as much information with this Mexican league as possible, where to watch, how to watch, this, that, and the third, how we could help, how we could support. And that's what we're going to be doing. So make sure you pull up tomorrow because this is going to be a special exclusive for the people, man. I'm telling you, it's Flight Sports TV. We about to do it, man. It's Flight Sports, man.
Yes, Flight. And let me attach myself to what you had just announced. He's no shabby player. Bryce is not a shabby player. He's an American player going down there. But listen, they just capped off a very tough game against a very tough team, and they won this contest 77 to 72. And Bryson put in 26 minutes for Flight. So he's not a shabby player. He's an integral part of their winning spirit of the Astros.
Yes, that's why I said we ain't just talking to some nobody here. We're talking to a key focal point here, and he's going to be able to let us know everything that Liangelo could be experiencing here for the Ciba Copa, playing for the Astros. This is a winning team, Dex. You know, I'm getting more excited. What are some things that you know you looking for Liangelo to accomplish out in Mexico? What's some key things?
I just want him to be, first of all, I want him to be happy and I want him to be having fun. I don't want Liangelo to feel that this is a stressful, pressurized journey for him. You know what I'm saying? We know the NBA is make or miss. It's a make or miss league and things of that nature. But now that he is south of the border playing with other aspiring Americans and British and French players and even Mexican players, culminating the roster of the Astros of Jalisco, Mexico. Liangelo just need to play Liangelo basketball. And the first game, the first game was a highly contested one, right? And it challenged the Astros, and they won by 5. And in that game, Liangelo only played 6 minutes and 34 seconds. He put up 2 shots in that contest, and he put up 2 threes, and he didn't connect on any of them. So on that contest, he went scoreless in the very first game. But Liangelo was, if you give credence to the plus and minus, he was a plus, one of the few pluses on his team, even though they won the game. Now, I really don't give much credence to plus and minus. This is why I don't highlight it. But those who do highlight it, he was a plus in that tightly contested game, and he did get minutes, albeit less than 10. Then, Flight, when Liangelo was able to get more minutes, he doubled his minutes the next game. Now, you got to keep in mind now, most of these guys on this team have already been on this team, except for maybe 1 or 2 players, that Liangelo was one of those players. So the next game, Liangelo scored 4 points, and he put up 7 shots, and he put up 5 threes, right? But he only scored 4 points. Now, the points we're not really tripping off of right now because he hasn't made it into the starting lineup, but we're looking at Liangelo aggression, having the opportunity to launch 7 attempts and launch 5 from the distance, even though it was no fire. It was no fire. Liangelo Ball got to the free throw line. So that shows that he has the ability to be aggressive enough to be rewarded for that aggression by going to the free throw line. I saw one play of Liangelo that I was elated about, and that was the DHO. He did a DHO with one of the rotational players who also have garnered a lot of minutes. And that he's another American player, and that is Demetrius. I think his name is Demetrius Conger. He played 19 minutes. So that shows you that he's a pivotal player for them. And they was doing a lot of combo amongst the two. And he's a guard. And they got Liangelo listed as a guard. So they was doing a lot of dual action on beyond the arc. And so I like that. So that means that these plays that we're witnessing Liangelo involved in are set plays. These plays are designated for Liangelo Ball to be included into their offensive set. And that's what I like. So when you start seeing that, whether you make or miss, that's regardless of the point. But by them including you, making you important in offensive sets. And that's what I've noticed with Liangelo Ball. With the combination of the two guards, highly active and preemptive on the upper portion of the offensive court setting. So beyond the arc, there's motion, and Liangelo is a part of that motion. Like,
Nah, you absolutely right. I think what we're going to see from Liangelo is something special. Coming out here for the Steve Cope. I don't think he come out here for no reason, like you said. Um, Obviously, we want him to work on this. We want him to work on that, but we want to see him play as well. I want Jello to. What do you think about the minutes that people could be expecting from Liangelo? Is it going to be unpredictable? What do you think about the minutes?
well, right now, this team is 2-0. And last season, they got swept out of the second round. After winning the first round convincingly, the next round they got swept out. So this team is playing with some kind of vengeance. And to have Liangelo included in the atmosphere as this team goes out and try to redeem itself as a former champion that they are, to me, it's impeccable. And Liangelo minutes will increase as his production get more stabilized. Because in truth, he did attempt 7 field goals, but he only cashed in on 1. And that one he cashed in was almost busted up because the ball was jarred loose on the DHO, which is the dribble handoff that they was running with Conjure up at the point guard position or the point of attack. And Liangelo recovered it. And since Liangelo is such a great shooter, he composed his body and shot it at the free throw line, the 12-foot mark, and the ball went in. So that was his lone mate, and everything else came from the free throw line. So that's cool in itself. So that showed the coach that he's not afraid to shoot. And if the shot is not working, he will take the ball and use his strength as the light-skinned gorilla that he is and draw contact and get rewarded and cash in on his stimulus from the charity stripe. So that's what I'm expecting for Liangelo, is to be increased in minutes, and those increased in minutes will empower Liangelo to have the confidence is needed as a shooter, make or miss, that his minutes will increase.
What's
Is this
good?
Buzz City?
It's J-Man, 1125.
Oh,
He been around here before, right? It's not his
I
first
think
time
so.
on the
Yeah,
show.
that voice sound familiar.
Well, he left.
Oh, he went on. Yeah, that
He
voice
left.
sound familiar.
I want to
He's
repeat,
probably having some
everybody,
technical
ladies and
difficulties.
gentlemen, we got an exclusive interview coming to Flight Sports tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. Set your alarm clocks. We're going to get everything that we need to know about the Astros, D. Jalisco, everything going on with Liangelo. We got his teammate, Michael Bryson. He will be on Flight Sports. We're going to be establishing a relationship with the Seba Copa, with the Astros. And like I said, we just want the best for Jello, and we're going to try to get as much information for the people as possible. It's Flight Sports TV. You don't want to miss this one. It's going to be amazing. We got J-Man. What's good?
What's up?
What's good? It's not your first time on the show, right?
I've been here a couple times.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah. What's good? What's your thoughts on some of the things that we talking about here?
Well, I really don't know. Can you tell me what y'all talking
Well, we're
about?
discussing all things Ball Brothers, or you could talk about wherever you want to go with this. We was talking about Jello, but if you want to discuss anything involving Lonzo, Melo, or Liangelo, we open to discuss it here with you.
Well, I think we got to get Jello back to the league, man, because he hasn't got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there. I think that's universally renowned, but Jello got to take these
He
steps.
got a chance.
Where he playing now? Mexico?
No, you said Jello never got a chance. Is that what you said, Jay?
I'm sorry, what?
You said Jello never got a chance to get to the
Yeah,
league?
yeah.
But no, that I think you're mistaken. He had several chances. He had several opportunities. Now, I'm not saying it wasn't muddy. The waters wasn't muddy, but he had an opportunity to make presentations for himself twice in the summer league and once in the preseason. So he was there, but the waters was definitely muddy. I understand what you're saying, but he did have opportunities to grace the hardwood in a Charlotte Hornets uniform outside of the G League or Summer League.
Yeah.
Like I said, man, get your questions ready, man. We want to definitely welcome this man with open arms because this is gonna be the start of something special. You know, Jello, this gonna listen. Who knows? I think this could be a championship year for the Astros. I'm telling you, when this all said and done, Jello gonna be running around with a goddamn championship trophy. You understand? And I'm telling you, NBA scouts, executives, they're gonna have to take notice. Point blank, winning gets respected anywhere. I'm just telling you. Point blank, period. You start winning championships, they don't give a damn where it's at. It's gonna get respected. And Jello and
Exactly.
Big Baller Brand has put themselves in prime position, not only going to Mexico, Dex, but getting with a team with a winning culture, a winning environment, a winning, just everything winning. Because they could have went down there and got with somebody that was less than, and had Jello playing 40 minutes a night, and like I said, it wouldn't bode well in the long haul. But I think they've made the right decision here with the Astros.
Yeah, giving the naysayers another
Daddy, what
leg to
happened to
stand on.
Brian Coopers?
Well, he won't be back.
What did he say?
I don't know. Like I said, a lot of people they come on the show to say what they need to get their 10 seconds or whatever. But I mean, if you're gonna disrupt the show, you got to disrupt it better than that. But he would have been out of here, but he would have got another second. But go ahead.
Yeah, so there's like I said, there's networking going on. The fans are enjoying themselves, and to the point of exhaustion, cheering for any little aspect of Liangelo Ball. Now, I'm familiar with this already. I'm familiar with that aspect of Jello's game, so it doesn't tickle my fancy to see the fans enjoying and cheering Liangelo on and want him to be a success story amongst them. Can you just imagine if Liangelo have an opportunity to be able to put a country like Mexico on his back and get to the NBA and bring those Mexican people along with him? Because they can rightfully say he's one of our own, right? He's a son of Mexico because he got to the league springboarding from south of the border. They can actually attach themselves. They can actually attach themselves with Liangelo Ball in his journey going into the NBA and bringing untold fans with him that was maybe borderline basketball fans, just enjoying Mexican basketball, not too much outside of that. And if Mexico goes into the FIBA, they're just going to follow Mexico. And if Mexico fall out, then that's it. They're turning the TV off. They're not watching it anymore. Can you imagine them following Liangelo Ball into the United States? That'll be different from Kawhi Leonard. That'll be different from Kyle Lowry. That'll be different from Pascal Siakam. That'll be different from Fred VanVleet, because albeit they was north of the border representing a country, but the Toronto Raptors was already a part of the NBA, or even anything that was associated with the Vancouver Grizzlies prior to they moved to Memphis. They was already an expansion team attached to the NBA. So it's not like bringing something from outside of the NBA onto the NBA, like a Yao Ming, for instance. That is something special.
Yeah. Right. Somebody says Jello's already a legend in Mexico. I look at Jello, how his story could be. I look at Stephon Marbury. Obviously Jello just got there, but what Marbury did in China, I think anybody that want to play international, they could look at something like, and the NBA and the US, they still don't want to pay the homage to Marbury at the things that he's done. In China,
That's
he's
different,
become.
like.
I know he said it's different.
Yeah, because Marbury was an all-star in the NBA, so his name was already legified based on his high school
But look how
accomplishment, right?
the way he got put out the league, it was
I know,
nasty.
but let me finish. This is why I say it's different, because he came from high school with a name, went to Georgia Tech, maintained his name, and then got drafted by the Minnesota Timberwolves to be the Robin to Kevin Garnett, right? Then
Right.
that didn't work. Marbury, aka Starberry, went on diesel therapy, right? Diesel therapy meaning that he went to different places via plane or train or bus. So, and then he ended up out of the league, but he was already have been established in the league and even got to the point where he's an all-star. Then went to China. So that's totally different. Liangelo has never made it to the league past training camp. So if Liangelo become a bright spot in Mexico, one thing about Mexicans, because I got some Mexican friends, they loyal. If they're your friend, they're your friend. It's very rare a Mexican gonna turn his back on you unless it's gang affiliated or are you in the prisons. If you're in the prison system, yeah, they're gonna turn their back because they're gonna join with their people and you're gonna join your people. But if you on the streets and if they're not thoroughly gang related and that gang is hateful towards blacks, then that Mexican friend of yours is gonna be friend for life. Just don't screw his sister. Just stay off his sisters. And you good. So Liangelo didn't come there to play. He came there to play. You understand what I'm saying? He didn't come there to play and parlay. He came to play, get the job done, close the deal, get current footage and eyes. And this is why the coach of the Astros is putting him into NBA sets, the type of basketball that the NBA is running rampant with. And by these being some international players as well as American players, it's different from the G League, which is gutter basketball, full of politics. So these guys over here, outside of the confines of the United States of America, these guys over here wants to play basketball, not solo accolade basketball. Look at me. I'm here. I'm arrived. I'm better than thee. Because you got to remember, Mr. Naismith himself, the doctor himself, designated 5 positions, then defined 5 positions in 2 dimensions. Offensively, 1 dimension. Defensively, 2nd dimension. So everybody's supposed to be a two-way player if you're playing basketball. In the United States of America, a two-way player is a specialty. When a two-way player is supposed to be a novelty. So when you outside of the confines in the borders of 2,000 by 3,000 square miles, what comprises the United States of America, the players have different mentality because the coaches in these areas still hold power and influence over these players that entice them to play basketball for its particular meaning and not trying to reinvent the wheel. So Liangelo coming off of pin downs, Liangelo being in the mid dunker portion of the court at times, calling for the ball, Liangelo doing DHOs, dribble handoffs, with guards, not power forwards who are statues in the NBA, basically, but doing it with guards with motion and speed. That the coach of the Astros is basically telling Liangelo, I'm not just trying to put you in a favorable matchup by using a center or a power forward for the dribble handoff, and you have the speed to accelerate past them, or you can bring them out to the arc in no man's land, in which most power forwards and centers don't want to dwell in no seconds of the game because they feel like an island unto themselves out there, and they feel very vulnerable. No, this coach saying, we're going to do motion with guards. We're going to run that high pick UCLA Providence type style because we believe you can put the ball in the basket. We believe that you can tear the panties off that rim, regardless. And we believe if we rotate you within the combination of guard play, then your strength, regardless of the lack of speed most people say you have, your strength will allow you to overpower and create an imbalance that you can shoot over or go around that particular switch off guard that will be on you. And if you can do this, thrive, swell, and become successful and efficient in scoring, your ticket to the NBA is punch, buddy. Because Steph Curry runs that type of style because of Steve Kerr and his tenure with the triangle, but even more so Steve Kerr with his stint in Arizona as an Arizona Wildcat under the Hall of Fame coach, R.I.P. Lou Olson. What made Steve Kerr such a dynamic and dangerous player from beyond the arc. And if you are able to knock down those shots, maybe 6 out of 10 times, which is overly excellent, and we know you can do it on the move, like you did last night. I mean, the night before, I believe. Then your ticket to the NBA is already punched. It's just what team needs you and how bad they need you, and what they're willing to do to get your availability on their roster and allow you to perform as an asset to that roster. So that's what I feel about Liangelo. And what I'm seeing is that this coach, regardless of the minutes that Liangelo is allowed to play as a newcomer to this already established rock slated roster that are perennial playoff and 2-time champion roster, getting plays installed for Liangelo, and these plays are beckoning to his strength. What more can you ask? So Liangelo just have to close the deal. Just relax, You ain't gotta fight for breadcrumbs like the other cats in other leagues. I'm talking about American leagues, not overseas leagues. American leagues, they all fighting for breadcrumbs, stabbing each other in the back. And the NBA and the oligarchs love this kind of display amongst the players. Make it a doggy dog world. You know what I'm saying? Fighting for the crumbs that fall off of the master's table. He's not in that situation. So he can calm his mind and put his mind in the mode of execution and efficiency, regardless of the time you have on the court.
So,
No looking over your shoulders.
what's your state of the whole big baller brand, LeVar Ball? You see him you see him with BBB Mexico T-shirts already trying to establish a relationship between the Ciba Copa, the Astros, and the whole country in Mexico with Big Baller Brand. What's your thoughts on LeVar continuing to expand Triple B's?
Well, to be honest with you, Flight, that's have already been one of his biggest supporting demographics, Hispanics. You know, whether Arizona or California, even Nevada to some extent. So a lot of Hispanics have not ran away from the Big Baller brand. So they have shown untold loyalty, and you have some. I don't know if Big Baller Dewan is Hispanic, or he could be mixed, but you have some in the fold. You know what I'm saying? So going to Mexico, business wise, regardless if Liangelo on the team or not, because Liangelo is just an enhancement, right? He got the look, he has a celebrity, and he's not coming down there to snatch their girls because he already have one. So he have the perfect profile to go down to Mexico and be successful if they continue to win and he continues to contribute towards the winning atmosphere of the Astros, Jalisco, Mexico. Now, we already know Liangelo demeanor, right? Liangelo demeanor is, hey, I'm not going to get in your way. Don't get in my way. Everything is all good. I'm not going to be the crab in the bucket because I don't need to be. All I want to do is be able to traverse my journey, no matter how arduous it may appear. I just want to traverse my journey without impediments and interruptions that are man-made. Now, the impediments and interruptions that's beyond man, that's where his mental powers have to come in. And those faculties, I believe, is made to succeed any unman-made impediments or interference or interruptions. So on that alone, he have a great mindset to succeed and overcome all obstacles in his path. And by him being named G Honcho, G3, 8-ball, gorilla. Well, I say light-skinned gorilla. I put the color adjective on it. Light-skinned gorilla. These monikers have been associated with Liangelo since a pup. Now, all he has to do is manifest these monikers as they have been spoken as a professional basketball player. Because we know high school is one thing. Even though it's hard, it's not easy playing high school basketball. It has its challenges as well. And those who played high school basketball know what I'm talking about. But when you get into the professional realm and people have to play to eat, and if they don't win, they don't eat. That's a whole different ball game. And Liangelo Ball understands this. He understands the mental makeup that is needed in order for him to put his best foot forward, Flight, in order for him to overcome these obstacles or impediments that are in his path during this pernicious and arduous journey. So I just feel that with the increased minutes and the increased scoring and the increased shot taking, putting all risk aside and becoming more calculated, I believe this young man, Liangelo Ball, who's 24 to 25 years old, only lived a quarter of life. If we take life into 100 years old, so that's still a whole lot ahead of him for him to achieve. But right now, Mexico has given him the springboard to catapult his way into an NBA roster and have spotlighted Liangelo. But the thing that perturbs me, Flight, about this Liangelo situation in Mexico, that why it is so difficult to find coverage. 1 minute you can find coverage, and then you go to that same space and there's no coverage. And it seemed like they want to keep this league quiet for some reason.
Yeah, that is true. It don't make no sense. That's why
It don't make no sense.
That's why I'm hoping tomorrow we can get some of these questions answered. Maybe we could even get a loophole in here. You never know. So I mean, I'm with you. It don't make no sense because the accessibility was there. Now is the start of the season. They know his attention. And I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. And like I said, the Astros is putting Liangelo or marketing Liangelo like crazy. That's no denying. So if you're going to market him like that, one thing about the Mexican people, you can't false advertise because they will turn on you. If you're going to advertise Liangelo, you better make sure you put him out there and put him out there in a situation in where the fans could appreciate. Unlike how the oligarchs was in the United States, arguing, frustrated that Michael Jordan seemed like he gets all of the welfare benefits. And Liangelo was the last of the welfare benefit of Michael Jordan that the league just couldn't stomach. Not Adam Silver. Not Adam Silver. I'm talking about the oligarchs. Adam Silver's only the commissioner. And his job is to listen to the board of governors, aka owners, and go forward with their wishes. And if they say they want the league to go in this direction, then it's his job as one of the smartest person in the room to be able to send the league in the direction of their desires, because they are fitting the bill and pushing out what billions of dollars to make sure they can make billions of dollars and make sure their money is coveted and safe. You know what I'm saying? So Liangelo, and reason why I'm saying this, because this is what LeVar told me. He said he gave the Charlotte Hornets a first-round draft pick for free as a gift. This is what he said. He gave him a first-round draft pick, a gift. So that's coming out of his mouth. Don't kill the messenger. And you notice that when he played his initial summer league game, right? And the clamor for Liangelo Ball. And then when he played his second summer league game, his presence on the court diminished to the point where it was basically an invisible thing. And that left the fans kind of bewildered, right? They was like, wait a minute. Why we don't get what we want? Why are we not getting Liangelo? I mean, this is what we came here for. We paid our money to come see Liangelo, and he's not playing. They're playing all these other guys that, the DJ Cartons of the world. And shout out to DJ Carton because he's doing well in the G League. And I think he got picked up by somebody. I don't know if it's Utah for a 10-day or two-way contract. So shout out to DJ Carton. Jalen Crutcher, same thing. Scotty Lewis, JT Thor. And the list goes on. We're not going to talk about Book Knight and Kai Jones because they were Book Knight was a lottery pick, and Kai Jones, I believe, was a first-round pick. They occurred through the New York Knicks unprotected draft. So we're not going to mention those two, but a lot of those other guys, it's like, wait a minute, why we don't see Liangelo in some form or fashion? But that's because behind the scenes. And I done said this many times, so let me reiterate it. The oligarchs were ticked off when they saw that Liangelo was a bag. They seen all of the fans cheering for Liangelo in that building at the Thomas Mack Arena in the pavilion. They was like, wait a minute, how this guy get through the cracks in the crevices of the portal into the NBA, and we didn't know nothing about it. We remember his name, but that was a long time ago, and there's no footage of this dude nowhere. And all of a sudden, he springs up in the Charlotte Hornets Summer League, and nobody else had action at him. He didn't go through the draft, at least for that year. I mean, he went for 2017, and he didn't get drafted. But he didn't, we didn't get an opportunity to put our fingerprints on it, or our scouts to visually see him. No, we ain't going for that. Because can you imagine? Because remember, the NBA is a bottom line business. So could you imagine these board of governors watching Michael Jordan and the lowly Charlotte Hornets pick up this kind of fashionable player with extreme celebrity? You understand what I'm saying? That's money. All they think about is a cash cow. So that's money. They already got Lamelo. Now they got his brother. Not Lonzo, but the other brother. For holy cow, they upset at the apple cart. And these billionaires wasn't going for that, man. Nah, Mike. Nah, man. We know you're the only black owner, but you can't do that. This guy got to go to the back of the line. He have to enter through the proper portal or proper channel. And all of us have to have action at him if we choose to. Michael, you cheating. And that didn't work well with Mike, because you know how Mike is. Mike is stubborn. Mike feel he did so much for the NBA, and he should have it his way, right? But since it wasn't, now Mike is turned off. And now Jello have to suffer. Man, put him on the back of the bus. Just keep him here, but just put him on the back of the bus. Because I think we might have showcased him too early, too soon. And now look what happened. We already had a situation with Devontae Graham, showing him in our training facility amongst the starters. He wasn't amongst the G Leaguers. He was in there amongst the starters. Right? So that was a PR catastrophe. Mitch had to come out and explain that. We call him Jello. Well, I call him Jello. Well, you call him Jello, but you sent the orders, the marching orders down to Coach Surinkamp to hide this guy for 2 years. Hide him. And then when Coach Surinkamp was not the coach of the G League, they had some other guy, I don't know who his name was, some brother, coach of the G League. That relationship has been severed between Liangelo Ball and Greensboro Swarm. So if there was an invitation, he rejected it. Because why go through that embarrassment again? watching these guys dribble the ball up and down the court off their feet, throwing it off each other's back, not being teammates and not playing winning basketball and displaying useless bad behavior and not establishing a culture of brotherhood and winning. So who wants to be a part of that? And you're not playing me on top of that. Even when the away crowd, you heard Belize when they was playing up in Long Island, the away crowd was clamoring for Liangelo. The away crowd, and this is New York, clamoring for Liangelo over their players. Just want to get him on the court. And Coach Camp saw otherwise. No, I'm not giving you guys shit. I don't care if you call him for Jello. You're not getting him. He's a DMP tonight. A healthy DMP. And so now we're at this stage where Liangelo has another opportunity to close the deal. And so far in the early season down in Mexico, it looks like he's not in a place where he's not wanted. It looks like Liangelo has been stapled as an integral part of the Astros going forward in their winning ways, as they are undefeated right now. 2 wins. They're starting off the season back-to-back. In both games, Liangelo was featured. So that's a good sign in itself for Liangelo down there, Flight. And I think it's going to continue to get better, and it's going to continue to grow in a good direction.
That's facts. Listen, all the Ball brothers is going to be headed in a good direction, man. It's just like I said, a lot of people are misperceiving things. If you look at Lonzo Ball, I'm telling you, he's on track. No setbacks. Obviously, is hurtful. Is not ideal. You're talking about 2 full seasons. I mean, that's a lot of time to speculate and things to go left. And, but Lonzo's on the floor. He's getting shots up. I mean, that's all you can do. Obviously, we wish we could fast track the situation, but it is what it is. Lamelo Ball, I mean, people want to see him out with these new guys. Dex, what do you think about the new collection of talent that the Charlotte Hornets have accumulated? And do you think that obviously we feel Melo probably shouldn't come back, but what do you think about him just giving it a go with these guys? Do you risk possibly another injury or another setback? I mean, that'd be catastrophic, especially with this year going the way it's going.
Yeah, I spoke about this early in the stream, and I shared how LeVar felt about the situation and advising his son. You can't cheat the game, son. And if you 100% healthy, then you give him 100% worth of your talent. But if you're not 100% healthy, then you'll be creating a disservice to all those who are cheering for you to be the best version of yourself with the ball in your hand on that rectangular hardwood, because you're not able to give it what you fully got because there's an impediment that is slowing you down or causing you not to fulfill what the people expect from you, because they know what you can do. They saw you at 100%. And so coming back being anything less would be a grave disappointment. So if LaMelo is 100% on the last day of the season, then LaMelo should have his ass out there. But if he's not 100% in no portion of the season going forward, then come back when you're ready. Because how many times has LaMelo came back early? He first got hurt with his wrist. I think that was against the Clippers. He came back before the season ended, even though Gordon Hayward didn't come back. But Lamelo came back, and his wrist wasn't all the way healed, and he had a terrible. Well, I'm gonna go before that. His wrist wasn't all the way healed, and Coach Popovich, the king of MK Ultra, had DeMar DeRozan, Devontae Murray, Patty Mills, Jakob Poeltl, and the boys trying to test LaMelo's wrist. See, this is how much we keep up with LaMelo. Even though they try to boot us out of the frame of reference and keep LaMelo out to themselves. They deliberately was trying to take a swipe at LaMelo's wrist, knowing that it was gingerly tender. And this is why, if you go revisit that game, LaMelo was at the free throw line a lot. And he had a couple of bad crashes to the floor that people thought he might have re-injured his wrist again. So this is the type of thing that happens for a ball brother. I'm not saying it won't happen against any other player, but this guy was a rookie. So he's 19 years old. Why are you swiping at his wrist, his injured wrist, constantly? No matter what part of the court he was at. You telling me Popovich wanted to win that game that bad? That one game against the Charlotte Hornets? That he sent his boys out for a witch hunt against LaMelo? DJ Gemini, shout out to you, bro. So,
Wow, what's up, big bro?
yes, sir. Glad you're back. So this just shows you the determination of a young LaMelo Ball, like I was telling you before. He came back early. He sat on the bench. You saw him twitching and gyrating his body inside that little seat amongst the players because he was so itching to get back on the court, and his arm was in the spleen. So knowing that and knowing his history of ankle injuries, it just behooved a young man, the rare from here, one of one, LaMelo LaFrance LaBall, to come back healthy when he's 100%. And then when he comes back, he gives the unit this new iteration of the Charlotte Hornets, a masterful curation of point guard leadership for the Charlotte Hornets. Now, what do I think about these new cast of characters? I honestly enjoy it, Flight, because when these guys first were augmented as a cohesive unit, they reeled off 4 in a row. Charlotte Hornets haven't won 4 in a row since LaMelo won 5 in a row the previous season before he went out for the last, I believe, 19 games. At one point, they had 5 in a row. They had 2 in a row, lost 3. Then they went to play the Atlanta Hawks. They started a 5-game winning streak. And in that 5-game winning streak, LaMelo was 28, 8 and 8 or something like that. And then he got injured again. He matched triple-double with Jokic during that span, even though he lost the game with Jokic. That was the last game they lost before they went on a 5-game winning streak, if my memory served me right. But yet, we don't like LaMelo, right? So these guys came in Flight, winning 4 in a row. Happy ball players that wasn't getting much minutes in their former team came to Charlotte fresh off the plane in uniform, starting and winning and having fun while they're doing it. And that bought LaMelo Ball some more time. I know there was criticism, but LaMelo's gonna have criticism because LaMelo is a city boy. And these Charlotte Hornets fans, at least the majority of them, don't represent that. They represent Southern boys. So a lot of the fan base felt maybe they can succeed without LaMelo. Maybe we can put LaMelo up for sale and get a treasure trove, a king's ransom for LaMelo Ball, and let him go to some big city and be flashy there. Run red lights in that city. You know what I'm saying? Go to a city that don't have cobblestones for the street, but they have asphalt and for pavement. You follow what I'm saying? So to me, Flight, I just believe that Steph
He's
Curry.
he signed a lifetime contract as Charlotte with that contract that he just signed, Dex.
But hold on one second. We'll let you get in. Steph Curry, right? He was made the only one that I could recall out of the newcomers that brought up LaMelo Ball's name in an interview. Basically telling the Charlotte faithful, because Steph Curry is the son of Charlotte. He's the son of North Kakalaki, Uptown. LaMelo Ball is our guy. He is our leader. And when we can't wait for him to come back and be guided by such fantastic leadership. While a lot of other people is probably thinking there was their time to shine in the absence of LaMelo, let me get mine in, because when LaMelo come back, all this shit is going to get shut down to some degree. So let me get mine off now. You feel me? But Steph Curry, the smart veteran that he is, when he had an opportunity to address Charlotte media and faithful, he most definitely brought up LaMelo Ball. Salute to you, Gemini. What you got to say, my brother? Salute to you, Gemini. What you got to say, my brother? You mentioned a lifetime contract. We
Mention
will hope for you to elaborate a little more on that.
we'll hold it down till he gets back. Shout out
Okay.
to All Access Tonight Cooking. I mean, Chef Soufflin. I mean, this guy Dex don't get enough homage in the community. I mean, this guy Dex is, I'm telling you, when it's all said and done, we're gonna find out that Dex was a bigger player in this shit than a lot of people think. That's all I'm gonna let you know. And Dex don't ever be poking his chest out like that, but
Yeah, he do.
uh,
Just
no,
like a rooster, but
no,
but
no, he don't.
but
It's
he
real
played a corner
modest.
with it. He
But
played a
Hamas,
corner
but
with it.
no, but Hamas got to be paid. God damn it! I mean, we done got too much. We done got damn near 2 hours of nonstop knowledge, and Hamas got to be paid. Point blank. Period. Nobody knows the Bourne brothers like Dex, and we love to hear his insight. We got DJ Gemini in the building with us. He's joining us tonight. Like, I want to repeat to all the people that's listening, tomorrow night we will have Liangelo Ball's teammate at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You don't want to miss it. Michael Bryson, I'm telling you, is about to go down. And this guy is a major figure. I'm telling you, he played for the Delaware Bluecoats, so he understands the journey that Liangelo Ball is on. I'm telling you, me and Dex, we're gonna be in here cooking. The panel is open. We're gonna open this man up with a Flight Sports welcome to this community like none other. Listen, it is what it is. Salute to everybody in the chat as well. Gemini, we here discussing the Ball Brothers live. What's some of the things you want to discuss? I know you got to chop up some things you heard Dex saying. What's on your mind this evening? Pause.
Nah, I wanted to talk about the up to date roster that Charlotte is doing, the new breath of energy that they're adding. Um, especially with the young man that they signed off of the OKC release.
Right. You talking
If
about
they
Poku. Poku.
yeah if they use him at power forward, that young man is dangerous.
Yeah,
And
me and the chief put out a piece on that. Make sure y'all go check that out. I don't think we got an insight from Dex on Poku. You know, this kid is nice. I ain't gonna lie. Charlotte is continuing to add great quality young pieces. Poku, I'm telling you, they getting this stuff from OKC's Trey Man. I mean, Poku. Listen, they got abundance of talent. They might as well let some of them go. And I love how they all here in Charlotte, and they're gonna blossom around Melo. That's why I'm wondering, does Melo should he come back with all this influx of talent, but just hang out with him in practice till next season. Let's roll the dice
no,
right.
he should come back, but
Well, we're gonna talk about it.
I will say this. I don't want to hear nothing about no ankle braces if he's not gonna wear them, big brother. That's all.
Well, I mean, well, like I said, it is what it is. That'll be on Mello. You know, at the end of the day, I think that's something that him, medical team, they got to get together and figure that out. It
I
seems
dig it.
Brandon Miller's got with it. He's wearing braces as I've seen. And we're gonna find out. Melo is the number one option for the Charlotte Hornets. He's the face of the franchise, you know. So there's gonna be many options he weighs, and there's gonna be many things he can push through. You know, if he don't want to do something, he don't have to do it. I mean, at the end of the day. But Charlotte, he understands the main goal at the end of the day, and that's for Charlotte to get to the postseason. Because when you look, how I look at it is, when the dust settles, the start of next season, Halliburton has already done went through a playoff berth. Who knows? Hopefully, he gets knocked out in the first round. I'm rooting for everybody, all these guys to lose early. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. You think I'm going to sit up here and tell you I want to see Tyrese make a conference finals run? Do you think I want to see Anthony Edwards in the NBA fight? Hell no, I don't. And I'm not going to sit up here and be nice about it and tell you I do, because I'll be lying to you. I want to see them lose in the first round horribly. You understand? And
Sweep.
yeah, I do. That's what I want to see. I want to see they get their ass whooped. I want to see Edwards get swept. I want to see Dude get a reality check, and I want to see the Hornets get back to where the hell they supposed to be next year, with a healthy Mellow with these new pieces. I know we sound like we said this shit last year, you know, but they actually got an influx in new pieces now, so it gives us some optimism. It's not like they're rolling out the same old bullshit. You know,
Well,
it's new pieces here.
well,
No
Flight, I
flight.
could tell you.
I'll be honest. I said with the new ownership, I it, I told this to you and Chief. They
Mm.
actually have a 3 year window to really make a move, but to me,
Ain't
because
got
of the
3 years.
contract Ball the young man signed, it really only have a 2 year window because of that contract. But I really do give, with the new ownership coming in, I give them that 3 year window, but they ramping up early, and I'm enjoying that aspect of it. Go ahead,
Okay,
Dex. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, I want to address you again. Why
Okay.
you feel that contract is only a 2 year window when nobody else is getting paid for the Charlotte Hornets? And then they just um, got money from the release of Gordon Hayward, PJ Washington, and Terry Rozier. And for the new guy, that just came from OKC with the funny name, I remember a long time ago. I just didn't know how to pronounce that name. Yes, he's good, and I think that's JT Thor replacement.
Wait. See, you like to say JT Thor replacement. JT Thor really didn't have a spot, man. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
Well, that
He
roster
was a
slot is
seat
still,
filler. He
but
was a
listen,
seat filler.
I know, but he still held up a roster slot, and now they can cut him with ease and don't feel nothing about it.
It depends on who they draft or
I don't care
who
who
they
they
pick
draft.
up
They
in
just
the
got the
off
young.
season.
That kid is young from Oklahoma City. What is he like? 22.
Yeah, you talking
Yeah,
about Poku?
but he hit the NBA early, that's the overall
JT
difference.
Thor replacement. Gemini, stop fighting me and listen. Break down the 2 year contract that you'll say. Break that down.
Okay, here's why I say that. because you don't want a player of that magnitude sitting idle with up and down talent. You want that contract to flourish, not only the player but the organization. So you do not want to sit on your hands and just be lackadaisy with it. You got to move like you got a purpose. Not only did you give him the contract, new ownership came in. So the new ownership really has to put their imprint on everything, shift guys in and out. They 9 times out of 10, we already know GM gone. Purple had bought that up previously. Then it was a lot of us think just with looking at basketball, we think the coach is gone. So they got to put the imprint on to improve the organization, especially from the ground up, because we all know they have a bad taste around the NBA about developing players. So a lot of those people are gone. Then from the coaching to the assistants, a lot of them are going to be gone. So they have to show the energy now, because if they act lackadaisy, they're going to wind up losing it.
Why are you using the word lackadaisical when you were the one DJ Gemini, Mr. 504 himself? Now, I'm glad
Hmm.
you're back since Fat Tuesday is over with. Yeah, we know what you was indulged in. But nevertheless, you the one come up with the term $52 million problem. So how
No,
can you use the word
$54.5 million problem.
okay, so how can you use the word lackadaisical when that problem have been solved by motion?
Okay, okay, it was solved, but once again, when it was solved, how did they make the move to did they make better moves with the players that they bought in? We can all say yes compared to what they had, because as much as you want to praise El Presidente, like Purple say, he could not hit a 4 foot jumper. A 4 foot jumper he couldn't hit. If it wasn't a dunk or a layup, or a long lasting wide
No, you're
open
missing the point.
shot.
You're missing the point. You're on a merry-go-round right now.
No,
I said you used the term lackadaisical, which I think was out of steed.
I'm talking from
There's
the
no way you can
ownership.
use that term
No,
lackadaisical when the ownership made a turnover in half of a season.
you
Half of a
didn't
season, you
listen to
got rid
what
of
I
the problem
said.
that you said that they couldn't get rid of.
Once again, you didn't listen to what I said, and that's
We
why
got to
you're
get
taking it so
hold on,
personal.
y'all. We got to get the chief in the building too. We got to let it be known we got the chief. Bartram Tribe Sports Media
Or you
just
let
walked in the
Gemini off the
door.
hook.
Yeah.
He
No,
got some
no,
new
no. I'm
content
about
on
to
the
finish
streets.
this
Y'all better
before
support that.
the Chief, before you chime in, let me fillet Dex right quick,
I'm
because
sitting.
he did not listen to what I
Wow.
said.
I'm
I
sitting back.
literally said, if if the new ownership was to be idle, a lackadaisy, they will lose what the momentum that they have now. If they go ahead and keep making the better moves that they're doing now, we do not have a problem. And that's the part you jumped over, Dex.
Okay,
So you
okay,
heard what you wanted to hear
okay. I can see.
and took it
Long as you
personal.
said, long as you said that they will lose momentum if they don't keep moving. Okay, I can see.
Yeah,
Shout out
that's
to
the
Chief.
part you jumped over.
Okay, shout out to Chief.
Oh, peace. Can I go
What's
now?
up, big bro?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah,
Okay. I
chief.
mean, hey.
Shout out to you for joining
I,
us
I,
tonight, man.
I just
Yeah.
had to get them right quick.
No, I had to
Tune them
give
up.
Gemini a rude awakening.
I was gonna sit back and wait, man. Hey.
Hey, I had to get tune them up right quick with that flapjack in the back alley. That's all.
Go ahead, Chief. Breathe on the track.
Man, well, first of all, Dex, I appreciate you. Flight as well, Gemini, everybody in the chat, peace and grand rising, everyone. You know, so I wanted to speak to this area in Charlotte because that is my specialty.
Already.
I think that don't sleep on Jeff Peterson. You know, they have him as the president of basketball ops right now. You know, and once they, it's announced, You know, I don't think this will be I'm knock on wood. This won't be an Atkinson thing. This thing has been planned for a while with Jeff Peterson. You know, so for us, for those of us who's been, you know, over at the Tribe Sports, we've been talking about Jeff Peterson for almost since last summer coming over. You know, so I played an interview that he did, and I would advise you all to go and check it out either on Tribe Sports, or you can go to the Brooklyn Nets. I think the Brooklyn Nets put it out. They did
Post the link if you got it.
Huh?
When you get a chance, post the link. Post it in not the private chat, but the public chat. Post the link.
Yeah, I'll put the link in there because I played that whole interview a few days ago because I wanted at least the people here to get some insight into his thought and his mindset, you know.
Mhm.
And he's 36 now. So I think he's either the youngest or one of the most youngest executives in the NBA right now, you know, and he comes with a very, I would say from executives, he likes Grant Williams type guys, you know, playing hard because he played basketball. He played for Arkansas. He played for the Razorbacks. He played in Florida. He played for another team, you know. So he's not a guy that's like coming in from the video room with respect. He's someone who's played. He's someone who's been in AAU circles. You know, him and KD kind of came up together and because he's like from that Maryland, Washington area. He's from that area, you know.
Right.
So when you have someone like that, and he's been talked about for years, I think Detroit is going to regret fumbling him. You know, but what you know, they kept Weaver, and now Snall went on and brought his guy in. But as you said, Gemini, they do have to move, and Jeff Peterson, in my opinion, is the right person for the job because he's a young guy, he's fresh, and he's good. He's really, really good. So now you put him in a situation where at the age of 36, he's in charge of basketball ops, and he's a brother. So all those things look good coming in. He's right. The perfect time for him to come through just before the draft. So now he can prepare for that. March Madness is about to start. He can prepare for those things. So, and in my opinion, if you look at the moves, as Dex mentioned these moves, right? I jokingly talked about there was a shadow GM who was making those moves.
Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, you did.
And Mitch was a rubber stamp because there's no way that Mitch Kupchak would have made those moves. There's just no way he would have made those moves. So, yeah, either Rick Snall and those guys made those moves based on their knowledge, or they were advised to do so. Now, I'll leave that up to people to speculate on. But even with that, everybody, if Rick Snall and those guys made those moves and kind of had Mitch rubber stamp them, then Rick and Gabe is not like Steve Ballmer and Mark Cuban, who are coming from a technical background into a basketball. These people are in basketball circles. So I see now with Peterson coming through, man, I see that you got a young savant in him. You got a savant in LaMelo Ball, you know, and so and the stakes are high. You know, I mean, Jeff, this is his first job, and his job is to build a team around LaMelo Ball, you know. So I'm curious to see how that process plays out. I want to see what the contract will be once Jeff is announced. How long is the contract? And there was talk that they want a president of basketball ops as well as a GM. But that, you know, we'll see if they let Jeff make that decision. He may want to take all of it on, or he may want to delegate that, you know, and everything. So it's a very interesting time, despite the season and the injuries. This could potentially be the year that the Hornets look back and say, this is when this franchise got completely turned around. And now starting this year, it now will take its place among one of the great franchises of the NBA and not considered a laughingstock the way it has been in the past.
But Chief, that's what I was really pointing out when I was saying what I was saying, because I'm so ecstatic that they're not being idle right now, that they're not being lackadaisy, that they're really showing that they want to not just upgrade, that they really want to be in the thick of things again, not just be at the party.
Right. And I think, but see, in order for them to, it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. I've just put the link in the chat for anyone want to see that. It's going to, you can't, and I say this with respect, you know, as a 50, as someone that'll be 53 this year, you can't have old guys with this type of, with what they need in Charlotte. You need young energy. You know, I'm not talking about in terms of age. I'm talking about in terms of mentality. You know what I'm saying? You need someone that will have the energy to push, because Charlotte is like a Titanic, man. It's a big, you know, all these franchises. This is not a speedboat. These are all Titanics, man. You got to wrestle this thing from the inertia of mediocrity. You know what I'm saying? You got to move it. You got to move it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know that some of the Charlotte faithful and some of the Lamelo faithful have been kind of like, let's do it. Let's hurry up. You can't, they can't come in there flipping everything upside down, man. It creates too much of that'll make a bad situation worse. You got to hold people's lives who are about to be affected by new ownership. People who've done favors, you know, people who Jordan used to do favors to. That's no longer the case. What's going to go on with me? What's my job going on? You know, the players, you know, Terry himself said, you know, I was cool for the 4 years. I've heard rumors before, but I never paid them no attention. But in that presser, he said, but this year I had to pay attention to it. Yeah, I'm sure you did, because you're the guy that kept you there is no longer there. Because, you know, Terry was one of Jordan's favorites, you know. So, yeah, it's going to take that type of energy and somebody who's hungry to prove himself, hungry to show that he's justified in being the president. I expect Mr. Peterson to jump in 10 feet, 10 toes in, man. I expect it. I do.
Well, but that's the main thing of what I'm saying, what I'm ecstatic about now, because at first I was honestly trying to figure out how was they going to get off of that $54.5 million problem. Then on top of that, with the Mike Lowry situation, I was concerned about that one too. So I'm glad that this turnaround here, like it really energized me to. Well, I was still watching them, but it energized me more to actually watch the game, because I see the full like stage of competing, not just, you know, soft play.
They did him a
That's
solid.
all I'm saying.
And they did do him all a solid. I mean, Terry's in Miami. They didn't send him to Utah. They sent him home, right to his doorstep. You know, I mean, PJ is in Dallas. They sent him to his doorstep in Dallas. You can say they sent Gordon to his doorstep in Oklahoma.
So what about PJ in Dallas? How you feel about that situation? Did Dallas win that and Hornets lost that, or you think it was just fair exchange, no robbery?
I think it was honestly, I think it was a fleece. No, well, not a light fleece, and I'll tell you why. PJ, as I've said on this platform as well as mine, every year PJ's due for 140-point game. He does this every year. He'll do that 40-point game, and that'll be the game that everybody justifies in keeping him, right? He did a couple this year. So him going over there to Dallas, his role changed, Dex, and I'm noticing it, right? He's not playing across from Lamelo Ball no more. Someone that would at least look at him.
So you said Luka paying him no mind?
Wait, come on. I mean,
well, Grant talked himself out of being in Dallas.
No, I don't think Grant talked himself
out. At least somebody would look at him. That's funny.
I think Grant just told Luka to get his fat ass back on defense, and Luka got mad when he said it, you know. But
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that the way they're looking at it is he talked his way out of being at Dallas. That's all.
oh yeah, well Dallas is Dallas is an interesting that Dallas thing is a whole interesting thing itself, right? So to continue with what I want to answer with Dax, all those chips. Oh, that's in the background. Okay, I'm about to say.
That was me though. That was me. I was getting my my water out.
So with PJ, he has to take whatever Luka hands over to him right now, and Kyrie, because whatever Luka leaves on the table for everybody else, Kyrie is scooping that up. So there's very slim pickings for everybody outside of Kyrie and Luka and Dallas, you know. So that can be a double-edged sword because PJ gets moody. We know this, you know, and if PJ gets moody, you know, he can shoot that open three, but he's not consistent, you know. So he's going to play defense. He's saying he's going to be the good soldier and all these other things. We will see, Dex, because now everybody was throwing a lot of shade on the way out the door to Charlotte. So we'll see now. Terry, you back on the stage. You're going to be on the stage this playoffs, Terry. I want to see if you're really scary, Terry. Now, PJ is going to be on the stage, Dex, when Dallas goes to the playoffs. And let me tell you something. If they fail, PJ, see, in Charlotte, Lamelo gets the blame. You see, in Dallas,
True.
PJ will get the blame. And it won't be Luka. PJ didn't play well enough. We got fleeced. There's already Dex. They're already complaining on Dallas Twitter about PJ already.
But he's a son of Dallas, right?
He is a son of Dallas.
Yes. He's a hometown kid, baby.
Yeah. And they're going to blame him? You sure they're going to blame him?
Yeah, they blaming him.
They're not going to blame Luka, the golden
And he
boy.
only been there for half a season?
They're not going to blame Luka, Dex. They're not. If you got that in your mind, you might as well get that out.
No, I'm not saying blame Luka. You know, Kyrie is the mercurial one, and it's easy to blame him. And that dust will just brush off of Kyrie's shoulders. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
But that's why they're not blaming him, because he doesn't care. They're going to go after somebody where it's going to affect their psyche, sir.
That's funny. Oh my God. Well, I hope not, because it would be definitely unfair for PJ, because he just got there. He's trying to learn the system, and you know it's difficult to play with Luka as it is. Spike Lee, shout out to you, bro. Oh, his mic's not hot right now. So whenever your mic get hot, Spike Lee, you can chime in. But Chief and Gemini, you just think that PJ just an easy scapegoat?
Yes. And Mark Cuban will use him quicker because the fans will forgive him quicker, because why? He's a hometown kid with no question. So the local fans will forgive him more and faster and not really take it into full consideration.
Despite that, PJ Washington is a mid-level player.
I'm trying to tell you, he's a hometown kid, so they'd rather put it on a basket where they know it'll be forgiven quick, not only by the fan base, but even by the media. So it's like reporting on something on Friday. You're reporting on it on Friday because you already know not nobody gonna care, because why? They're getting ready to party for Saturday.
The thing about it though is PJ he's done it in Charlotte. He can hide behind Luka and Kyrie, man. If he gets in, if he's open and hit that jumper and play good defense, because that's all they want him there for. See, this is the thing. PJ's not going to be able to do those saucy dribbles he likes to do in Charlotte, you know, and
not at all.
Stuff. He's not going to be able to do that in Dallas, because if you do that one,
kid, right? Kid will call him to the carpet.
What?
It's not calling them to the carpet. It's just the offense is not set up to be that lackadaisy outside of the point guard and shooting guard position. That's why if you notice they upgraded the center and got a more lateral moving and defensive minded center from Washington. That's why they did that addition because we all know even though their body sizes around the same, but literally Lively is getting skull dragged.
Ooh.
So you need someone else that's literally going to be able to give you some points and those and actually use those 6 fouls compared to what they had.
And run. And just play. They need someone to play some defense. They do want him to rebound more. They want PJ to rebound more, but rebound has never been his strong suit.
Exactly.
At all.
Yeah, but he needs to rebound more. So, yeah, but he can fit in. He almost got the winning dunk until they let Strauss hit the hit the shot at the end. So
There's nothing you can do about that, right?
yeah, you can't do nothing about that. So he's working his way in. I think he'll be good there. He fits what they want. He won't get PJ won't get in Luka's way. He'll fit right in. He won't get in Luka's way. He'll take whatever shots Luka and Kyrie will give him. And as long as he plays defense, he can switch. I think he'll be fine. So Dallas, they got what they want. They got what they needed. Someone who's there. He's a good soldier. He won't create no waves as long as he's able to take his wife shopping at the at the mall and everything, and
At
without
the DFW mall.
oh yes, as long as he's able to take his wife shopping there at the Galleria Mall, I believe that's one.
Yeah. No, the Mall of America, yeah, but yeah.
No,
That's
that's
Minnesota.
Minnesota, Gemini.
That's Minnesota, Mall of America.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah, the Galleria Mall, if I'm not mistaken. I lived in Dallas for about a year, so yeah. As long as that now on the other side of the deal, they are kind of like they had to give up a first round pick to get Grant out of there. On the other side of it, Grant to me is like the soul. He could be the soul of that Hornets team.
He's a godsend. Let's be honest.
He is. He absolutely, Dex, because that mentality, if you intend on having any shot at the playoffs, you must have a player like Grant in your stable. You must have one like that. Just like you had said earlier about Lamelo getting knocked down and Popovich sending out goons to tap on Lamelo's wrist. Had Grant been there during that time, that would have happened once. And Grant would have got it on to whoever did it, and they wouldn't have done it again. You see, because he knows. This is the thing about Grant. He knows his role. Grant is not trying to play outside of himself. Grant is not trying to do no sham god, Kai Jones. He knows what his role is. His role is to provide leadership, to play good defense, to hit that open three, and to be an anchor on defense and to be a leader in that locker room. Those type of guys, when you go and listen to that interview that Jeff Peterson did last year to one of the Brooklyn bloggers, he described Grant Williams as the player that he was in college, as well as the type of players he's looking for, as far as playing the game the right way, all those other things that you hear, So Grant and Seth both, what God sends, man. Seth coming home wearing the 30. That now for the Carolina Connect people, that's a great thing. Oh, we got our son back, and Dale like a proud papa, line it up, son. So that brings a feel good type of vibe to an otherwise disaster of a season. But when you see those changes are made, and you get quality vets in, and now you set Jeff up for the summer because now he got money, he got picks, and he got good players that he can either keep or move or swap, or if another free agent comes open, they can get that one. They can still pay Miles. All that can go on. And there's another thing. The conversations between Rich Paul and Jeff Peterson ain't gonna be the same as it was with Rich Paul and Mitch Kupchak. Rich, because Jeff doesn't have that same connect that Mitch Kupchak has, because for all intents and purposes, everything that Mitch built has been damn near dismantled now, and I think we'll finish this summer. This is a new team, a new regime, and I think they're looking to put their mark on it. I think they are. You know,
So, Chief, are you saying Grant and PJ had a private meeting and worked this out? Where I'm gonna talk my way out of Dallas, and I already know you want out of Charlotte, so we both going home. Is that what you're trying to allude to, Chief?
players talk, so I don't know if they had that conversation or not, but I know it worked out well for both of them. You
Yeah,
know,
it did.
unless,
I ain't even gonna cap.
bruh, unless Grant Williams wants to leave, I doubt if Charlotte's gonna let him leave, unless Grant just want a different role or whatever. But if he doesn't want to go, I believe him and Miles are a priority, because both of them are being set up to be the leaders of that locker room. Grant more
I
out
agree.
front, Grant more out front, and Miles kind of there, but in the background. If you pay attention to the PR, you can see most of the times it's either Grant or Miles rallying them in that locker room, which now frees up Lamelo and Brandon to be the stars of the court, and the locker room can be left to Grant and Miles to control and manage without them trying to overtake Lamelo and Brandon in their roles. You know what I'm saying? So,
I agree.
it's a good start. I think it's good, and I think more of it is going to be. I think more of it's going to happen this summer. I think this is appetizer. I think more is going to happen this summer. You know, I just want to see how quickly they go ahead and get Jeff Peterson in here officially so he can get busy, because and what decision they're going to make about LaMelo. Are they going to shut him down? Same with Mark. You know, another thing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk too much. So another thing.
No, do your thing, man. Do
Nah,
your
you
thing.
good. You good.
Another thing. They did an announcement on Charlotte where they're partnering with Novant Health, right? And one of the things that they said, that the focus of Novant Health, which is, I guess, the people that will be around their training staff or be taking over the training, is there's a focus on orthopedics. That was specifically put out in that PR piece. Orthopedics, you're talking joints, muscles, ligaments. We're talking all of that. So they're looking to upgrade their training staff so that those issues with LaMelo's ankles, there will be an upgraded type training staff to deal with that, with Mark and everybody else, because they can upgrade on the care of the players. They're about to build a new training facility. They just announced a new training facility is going to be built, state of the art, should be done by 2026. So they're moving in the way, Gemini, you said they're moving in the way to upgrade everything, because if you want players to come to Charlotte, you got to give, and if you want LaMelo to recruit, you got to give him stuff to say to these players to bring them there, and everything, to make it where Charlotte is a place to where players want to come, So I like what they're doing. I do. I like what they're doing, And
No, I mean, this is something that should have been done, but
it should have been done.
But now you got people that's competent, not only in business, but competent and being connected to the talent,
right?
And not running all over the world, spending money in Monaco on $100 million yachts. You follow what I'm saying? Why your organization is deplorable. So, listen, yeah, Thunder, I believe the front office not playing. That's exactly what I was alluding to. I'm glad you took the words right out of my mouth. Good. Thank you for stealing my thunder. Yeah, the front office is not playing. And I don't know, Pope is in the chat. He's still holding on dearly to the influence of Michael Jordan, but I don't see it. I don't see the influence of Michael Jordan here, because these things are antithesis of what Michael Jordan believed. And that is spending money. Michael Jordan don't like spending money. This is why the situation was what it was. Like Chief just said, renovating the surrounding and adjacent buildings around the Spectrum Center. You know what I'm saying? Michael had everybody fooled because he had some of the best aesthetics in the world when it came to that hardwood in the design, in the coloration and coordination of that court. I mean, not too many courts can even hold a candle to it, maybe except Brooklyn. Brooklyn have a beautiful court as well. So Mike just got everybody on that and then left the rest bare bone. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if these moves are associated with Mike. I don't even know if Mike had an input. I just think that Rick Rick Snall and Gabe Plunkton felt the need to move without the presence of Mike, since they are the majority owners, and Mike cannot veto anything.
Right.
You know, Mike, like I said, Mike's around the world. He's watching Formula Ones, and he's enjoying his life. There's nothing wrong with that. The man just scored $3 billion. That's a hell of a lick he put down. You know what I'm saying? So why not enjoy it, right? So nobody's mad at Mike, but I just don't think Mike is shooting his shot or his influence from the other side of Antarctica to the Charlotte Hornets front office, and they moving on those edicts.
No, they painted the thing. You know, that there used to be a little motivational saying or something that Michael used to have inside the Spectrum Center. Bro, they done painted over that shit.
We're done.
Yeah, they painted over that, bro. They painted over that. They painted over that. It's a new regime. They're from New York. You know what that means, Dex. When I say they're from New York, it's and they're in those circles, and they've just paid $3 billion for this franchise. They are not there for no charity, bro. Certainly not giving it away to Michael or in the tribe. They're there to make money. And so they're going to do what is necessary to get their return. I think a part of the reason why Lamelo isn't playing right now is because they've invested $3 billion in that franchise and $250 million to him. And it's like, no, I know you want to get out there, baby, but you're everything. There is a lot that is riding on Lamelo. This is not Chino, with respect. This is high stakes NBA franchise reputations of Jeff Peterson, Rick Snall, and Gabe Plotkin. All of that is Lamelo's success will either lift them all, including himself, into glory, or they'll fall into disgrace, man. So they're going to do what's necessary. This is a setup year. Lamelo, take your time. You still got the metal in your ankles. We've made moves, feel good moves. And if you observe the PR, like if it gets too crazy, then they'll announce something else. I'm noticing they're dripping out the PR. They're dripping it out. They just, they'll drip it out. They'll push Brandon. Now they got him back. Now the feel good story with Seth and Dale Curry. Now they pulling that back. Oh, Peterson has just been hired as the president. Now, they're gonna let that breathe for a minute, and then they're gonna make another announcement. They're gonna keep the people not focused so much on the record. They're gonna keep the people focused on what they're doing, and I think that's smart, especially in a losing year,
Okay, so moving the goalposts with feel good stories. I got that, Chief. I got that.
They are. Every time it gets, just like with the talk about LaMelo Ball, and I just said this. I just posted a recording today, and I said this in another live stream. LaMelo Ball won't be seen practicing outside anymore unless those silly ass LaMelo accounts. They always find a way to find footage of him. And they don't get what's going on because they're in their own world where LaMelo Ball is concerned. Rob Boone used to post LaMelo doing pregame warmups, but because of how he was looking in those warmups, it created a feeling that he needs to be out there playing if he's moving like this. And it's like, no, let's pull him. So LaMelo's doing pregame now away from the cameras. He's still doing it, but they're moving him away from the cameras. It shows you that they're watching in all ways, keeping an eye on the temperature of that fan base and the temperature of that city. They're paying very close. It's not aloof like Michael. They're very, very in tune. And if certain things go in a certain direction, even Locked On Hornets, Dex, the criticism with all the crazy backhanded comments and outright disrespect for LaMelo Ball, that has went away. locked on, barely locked on. They are very measured when they talk about LaMelo Ball right now. They was not like that in years past. They wasn't like that. Once when Walker said what he said about those ankle braces and that kind of got legs, they kind of did some things that kind of cut that off, and they didn't push that narrative after a couple of times. They didn't push that narrative no more. So they are invested. They have to be. They just paid $3 billion. They have to be invested. So with that, LaMelo's just not going to be able to be. It's an investment. That's what comes with it. Hey,
Hey,
let me get back. What's up, Pope? Good to
what's
see you,
up, my
man.
guys? Chef, OG Dex. Yeah, they call it what they call Gemini DJ now. What you done went to scratching school?
He's a DJ. He's a
He a DJ?
turntablist.
I've
He
been
was down there
I've been
DJing at Fat
DJing for
Tuesday. That's
over
why he was
25
disappeared.
years, dude. I've been
Hey,
DJing for over 25
he
years.
was doing
Pimp.
all them
I'm
clubs down
I'm
there.
just saying this is the first time I heard us call you DJ Gemini and not just Gemini on
Yeah,
YouTube. I know they probably call you that for 25 years, but this first time I
yeah.
heard it on YouTube.
Oh,
Pope,
That's
he
okay.
was
what's up.
down there. He was down there at the French Quarters, man, doing all them clubs, man, the Fat Tuesday and all that stuff going on, the carnival.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Nah, I do a lot of private parties, pimp.
Okay.
Was it during that? Was it during the carnival?
Yeah, I do
That's
a
what I'm
lot of
saying.
private
Okay.
parties. We have nothing but conventions here in New Orleans. Like
Yeah,
nothing
that's why
but
you
conventions.
disappeared. That's why we ain't seen him in a minute.
Yeah.
He's in recovery mode.
Yeah, I'll be down in New Orleans for a tournament here too. What is that? Fuck, I forget. I gotta look at my schedule. But yeah, we
Where
coming
you at
down.
now? You in Houston? Where you at now?
Well, I just got back. Just got back from Houston.
Oh, okay. I saw on your Instagram you was in Houston.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
Yeah, that was a nice crib down there too.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, that was. It was. Kids enjoyed it. They had all kind of little paddle boarding and kayaking and
Sipping brews on the lake.
man sipping
Yeah,
brews,
I
man.
I see you trying to kayak.
Yeah, oh no, I know trying too. It's hard.
You didn't have
Ain't
no
no
idea
trying.
what you was doing. You didn't have no
And
idea what
listen,
you was doing. And that was the smooth waters too. You wasn't even in no rough waters.
Listen, when I was live, I can't kayak and be live, Dex. I was chilling at the time. I smoke, stroke, smoke, stroke, smoke, stroke. You feel me? Come on now.
I said, look at Pope on the lake, barely moving that little boat, and there ain't even no rough waters. But you
I
look
was
cool
chilling.
though.
Yeah, I was chilling. You know. But yeah, man, no, it was good. My boys needed to see that type of competition, that type of level of play, and see where they level themselves at in the mix of it, and we did good. So I'm yeah, looking good. It's looking good, man. I got
Was there
white
anything
kids
that
on
you
my team.
wanted to address?
I got some white kids on my team.
I seen
I got
it. Was that a girl? Was that a girl in that room, or that's a dude with just long hair?
the white one.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's the dude. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his parents. Yeah, his parents. They both doctors.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, they both doctors. They say, "Damn, coach, you bougie." They seen the crib our guys say for us to stay. I say, "Yeah. I'm hood, but I'm bougie than a motherfucker."
I feel you. Ain't nothing wrong with luxury.
Nothing wrong. We come from we come from humble beginnings.
That's right.
Humble beginnings. But
Well, there was a lot of games on the slate tonight, and the Thunder and the Suns cap off the NBA schedule for this Sunday. Thunder is up 92-96 down in the valley, down there with the Cactus. Is there anything that you wanted to speak on? Anybody about any of these games? Tyrese Halliburton, is he coming down to earth? What's going on with Tyrese Halliburton?
why would I come up here? We want to get off the Hornets and the Ball brothers. Why? So I can. Okay, all right.
No, we could talk about whatever. I'm just opening it up for discussion to see where we at with it.
Well, I came up. I was liking the convo y'all was having about the Hornets. And
I saw you putting the Brandon Miller. I saw you putting that Brandon Miller what I was calling sewage, sewage content. Yeah, I see you down there wrestling with
Yeah,
the chat.
I can't have Twitter. Even though my voice is gone, I say I can't do the Twitter. I gotta come on up. Plus y'all up here. I see Chef up here with you and Gemini. So let me come on up.
Yeah, we had Spike Lee for a minute. He fell off. I guess he got a little too busy. Them daddy duties on the Sundays a mug.
Yeah, but I could be wrong again about Miller. I was wrong once. I could be wrong again, but he still got to show me something besides just scoring smooth. He got to show me like, oh yeah, we can build around him and Melo. Like that's gonna be a duel. I don't feel that yet, even though he putting up
I don't know
numbers.
why. I don't know why.
Yeah, because it's no wows. It's no wowzer moments. He don't have no wowzers. He has good stats, but he has no wowzers.
Okay. What is a wowzer moment for you? Like, give me some few examples.
Like when you can just see like he got that in him. Like he got that it factor in him. I don't see
You don't
no
see
it
that?
factor.
You really
I
don't see
see no
that in
it.
Brendan?
No. Just jump shots and which is silky smooth, and he doing better than what I thought he was going. He doing much better.
That's right. I'm with you on that one.
I
I'm
was
with you on
wrong.
that one.
But now, as far as now, when we're talking about can he be that second, that A B guy, you know, the real number two guy to Lamelo? No, I don't think he that type of nigga. I think he
Yeah,
could be a
who's
good
that number
three,
two
four guy.
according to you?
A good number two in today's NBA.
No, no, on that team. No, on that team. You got to be
Oh,
on that team.
nobody. They haven't acquired one of those yet.
So not
That's
even
what.
Miles. You don't consider Miles that?
No.
No, not
Okay.
Miles.
That's what I mean. Like even the Miles Bridges, that's not. Melo need a player's player. Like most teams that's NBA championship playoff contentions, they have at least two of those wowzers.
But
You
wait a
know.
minute, Pope. You don't you reaching a little bit considering the Charlotte Hornet NBA contenders?
I mean, no, playoff contenders, that should be so. And this is Melo. Melo, and first, and that's another big thing. Melo, availability is the best ability.
That's
So
true. Shout out to A1.
prayers go up that that young man, everything he can do is Steph Curry. But even when Steph Curry did that, like came back and remained healthy, that was really we never seen that before. Usually we see if you keep going with injuries like that, like he was, we be like, it's usually a wrap for a player. Steph was like, oh shit, he ain't had an ankle injury and I don't know how long. Okay, he must be done with that.
Steph put on them braces. Remember?
Yeah, Steph on them braces, but hopefully that works for the same way it works for Steph because everybody ain't the same. It was a blessing and very fortunate for everybody involved because we got to see Steph Curry do what Steph Curry, do. And that's interesting. If y'all haven't seen the Steph Curry story, that's on Apple TV, the documentary, go fucking check it out. Because even though I knew all about Steph and followed him since his sophomore March Madness appearance, because it wasn't the beginning of the sophomore year, but his sophomore year in March Madness when he played the Gonzaga and then beat the Georgetown, then swept the floor with Wisconsin, and they lost to Kansas at the buzzer. But Steph Curry, man, yeah, man, that's a hell of a story. You might want to check that out.
I have a feeling that Lamelo may never play 82 full games. I think they're going to manage him.
Manage LaMelo.
Yeah.
I don't think no star is going to play 82 full games anymore.
I
those
think
days
that's
are over with.
I think that's over with. I think that's why they're trying to. That's why they're getting Man and Misich and others to see who they can have to run the point when they sit him down for a game on a back-to-back, or just okay, tonight the training staff says you need to sit down. That's how they're kind of, I would say, I wouldn't necessarily say manipulating certain things, but they are. It's like
Yeah, that's
they'll
true. That's right.
yeah,
That's what they're doing. They're manipulating.
the training staff will say, no, he needs to sit down. And when they ask the coach about it, well, that's on the training staff. I don't have no control over that, that type of stuff. That's all Steve Clifford's been talking about, So I think that they're going to do that with him. And, of course, Pop's going to do a Wemby. I think that's just the way it is right now in the NBA, so that when they get him right, when they get him right, I'm going to speak positivity into it, that he'll be able to play for longer stretches, get all the accolades, and then on certain games, sit him down, especially if there's like a play-in push going into next year, and everything. But that's what I see. Brandon, I think Brandon is a key piece. They're in love with him in Charlotte, man. I mean, the ownership, that's all they talk about. If it's not about Lamelo, it's about Brandon. They see potential in him, man. He's 6'9", he got all around skill. And we'll see, because there's talk about Sarr and these other prospects coming out. We'll see what he fit, but he's definitely a key piece there.
For sure.
I think people got carried away talking about that he can replace Lamelo. I think that was just, I think that was too. I think that
trauma. That was just trauma.
Yeah, I think that went too far because they still don't believe what is going on. They still think this is still the old way, and they don't recognize that this is a new regime. This ain't the Bobcats anymore. This ain't Jordan no more. This is something. This is a new regime. They spent $3 billion. I'm not going to spend $3 billion just for it to remain the same. That's too much money.
Well, I remember, I've been watching basketball. The language have changed over the years when it came to these players. Remember, back in the day, they called it a healthy scratch. Remember that? They called it a healthy scratch. Then they used to call it a rest day. They got away from that language. And then they started calling it load management and DMPs, which meaning coach's decision. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder what they're going to call it next.
Well, I hope my guy gets back. I hope he comes back strong. The team that they orchestrated around him, they're gonna have to do better. This free agent was everything. The draft, the free agent. You're gonna get a good pick. You stay the course of being boo-boo for the rest of the season. Put yourself in position, get you a good pick. Got money now. Throw it at somebody who nice. Sell Melo, sell Miller, and
wait, you talking free agency or draft?
Free agency. You're gonna have to do draft too. It's gonna have to be both. Because they can hit a homer if they do both. You talking about for sure playoff championship contentions. If Melo's healthy, you can draft right. Miller develops into even better than what he's doing, and you strike him and you hit a homer in free agency. You get that right piece.
Wait, slow down, Pope. Hit a homer in free agency. Yes. Give us an example. What would be a homer?
Let's say a Donovan Mitchell, if he a free agent, would be a homer. I heard he is. I'm not sure. But like somebody like that who can give you 40, 50 in a blink of an eye and don't have to do it on a consistent basis because he got Lamelo. See, his problem in Cleveland is they want him to be the main scorer. LaMelo's problem in Charlotte is he needs to be the main scorer. So you combine them two together where they can bounce off each other and still be able to play, make, and do all the other shit they like to do too.
So you think Donovan Mitchell, you think he could be pried away from Cleveland to Charlotte? You don't think he want to go to a bigger market?
No, Cleveland is ass. First of all, Charlotte is beautiful. And and it's about competing. Donovan Mitchell strikes me as one of them cats. He just want to compete at a high level. Cleveland, and see when they put it all on his shoulders, because even though you got Darius Garland, he's not an elite scorer to me like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like he had those nights where he'll go off on you, but he'll have them nights where he off on you. You know, and with Melo, especially if you seen before the injury, that dude was 30 points damn near every night. 30-point damn near triple doubles every night. Donovan gonna give you a good 25, 26 every night. So you talking over 50 points from two of your players for sure. And then Miller come in, if he gonna give you 15 to 20, then now you talking. And you got your whoever rookie you draft, whatever they bring to the table. But you go and draft properly and go and get a nigga like a Donovan Mitchell. I don't know who all in the free agency. That's why I can't give you more names. I believe Donovan
We
is
can
for
run
sure.
it. We can. Hey, I got the list up here right now. We can run it
Thank
down
you,
right
sir.
now, folks.
Thank you,
Go for
sir.
it, Chief. Inform us.
Hoops hype, Tyrese. They got it ranked right now. These are free agents. This is outside of who we paid for and everything. Number one, they got Tyrese Maxey. I doubt if he's leaving Philly. But you got Paul George. You know, of course, LeBron ain't going nowhere. Oh well. Let me just lay off for LeBron. Pascal Siakam, he's a rental right now in Indiana. You know, OG Anunoby, Harden, you know, DeRozan, Tobias out of Philly.
All right, you can stop. You can stop right there. So let's stay at the top. Donovan ain't in it, right? You said Paul George at the top.
George at the top. They got Tyrese Maxey at the top.
Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, LeBron James.
Yep, they got Paul George because he had a player option. That's what it says. And then they got LeBron at number 3. He got a player option.
Okay, see, now I hope no slick shit happens where they draft Bronny and LeBron comes over there and no for real and play for Jordan. Bro, listen.
Okay, wait.
Listen, hold on.
Gemini, don't explode. Don't explode, Gemini.
Let me go real quick on this.
That's right. Hold your peace, Gemini.
Because this is real reality. This is reality. On some just sell tickets and make Charlotte pop real quick. If you want to make Charlotte pop real quick, another undermarket, and you're talking about, look at the storyline. The GOATs playing for each other on the same team. LeBron, Mike, Lamelo, Bronny. Gotta go fucking bananas.
LeBron don't want nothing to do with Mike. Trust me.
Man, poke higher than a kite right now.
But listen. It won't. And listen, LeBron ain't at the powers that be. If the powers that be say this is what we want to be, then that's what we'll be.
It won't be in Charlotte. Trust me. It'll either be New York or LA.
If they say this is where we want it to be, LeBron, because this is what we want to do, you're gonna do this. Because we'll let the Balco story out, LeBron. We'll let the Balco out.
It won't work because of money. Because he would have to take a full. He would take a half a pay cut. Because remember, the players' union put an age cap, right? That's why. If he wants to still be making all-star money, he has to stay a Laker at this point.
Yep.
If he goes anywhere else,
care to do that. That's one thing he won't even care to do. He won't even care for that. If they draft Bronny,
LeBron is a capitalist.
That would be his excuse. If they draft
how is that an excuse?
No, to take a pay cut.
God.
To say I'm not tripping on no money. I'm gonna go over here, take a pay cut, make history with Mike. I'm just wishful thinking, but I'm saying it is a reality.
No, that's not a reality. That's not a reality.
LeBron does bum stuff like this.
Wishful thinking, yes, but not reality.
That's not a reality. Not Charlotte. Not Charlotte.
Okay.
Well, if he's going to take a pay cut, he's going to have to take a pay cut in the biggest media market in the world, and that's New York. Outside of that, you stay in LA. That's where all your things is going on in LA. That's why he moved from Cleveland to LA, not just for the money, but for his family, his children in school in California. And like LeBron said, it's all about the kid decision.
That nigga going to Charlotte. I got a feeling.
Rich, I've been thinking about this for a while because it's like Rich Paul just came out and said that they don't care about where he's drafted.
His kid's grown now.
They said Rich Paul, because Rich Paul is now Bronny's agent, and it was reported that Rich Paul said that they not looking for him to be like number 1 or 2, whatever. They want to know what they want to look at his positioning and what team could get him, because they want to know, is the team there for development and all these other things. That's what it was said. You know, how's their developmental system and all that stuff. And that even though LeBron would be ecstatic to play with Bronny, LeBron said he want Bronny to be his own man also.
And you know what Bronny gonna do? Bronny is not gonna enter the draft.
He gonna stay.
You don't think so? You think he gonna stay out, huh?
He gonna stay his ass in college, man. He ain't ready yet.
Okay, if he stays his ass in college, that's something different. But if he wants to come out, he's not going to enter the draft. He already has his agent, and he's going to be an LA walk-on. Watch, because the Lakers have already came out and announced that they're exploring drafting Bronny.
I like
so
Bronny.
That means right there they're showing interest.
Yeah, but ain't nobody drafting no Bronny this year.
But they don't have to. He can do Austin Reeves. Just walk on. I'm walking on with the Lakers.
Hey, I wouldn't like it, but Paul George, he asked Poke on how he want to play with Lamelo Ball. Paul George, I wouldn't like it though, because he always be injured too. He always be injured in and out. So it'll look nice, but availability is the best ability. Nigga can't stay healthy.
I mean, they could swap James Harden for Lamelo Ball in an instance.
No,
y'all want James Harden down there, Chief?
Man, you think the Hornets is about to give up? That's no way. That will never happen.
LaMelo would have to force.
You just said if the powers that be. So wait, it only works with your narrative.
No. It's got to make some kind of sense.
The NBA,
the Inuit Dome don't make no sense.
They don't want all the money concentrated in
the Inuit Dome in Inglewood, that new $3 billion arena.
Not
that don't make sense.
Are you talking about for the Clippers?
Hell no, not us to take James Harden, who at the ass end of his career.
But you just said the powers that be, so it's a possibility.
Nah, you know better than that.
See, that's what I'm saying, Paul.
The powers that be. When I'm talking about,
it gotta go both ways, bro.
Let me give you an example at the powers that be. The Denver Broncos is in a cold outdoor stadium. Yes, Peyton Manning. Nobody thought he was gonna go to the boo-boo ass Denver Broncos. He could have went anywhere. And everybody thought he was gonna go to the domes. The powers that be said we need to get Tim Tebow the fuck out of here because he is a Jesus worshiping, praying dude who he not on our. We need to replace. Only way we can replace him is Peyton. You're gonna have to bring your ass over here and play in this cold ass snow, which we know you hate. But you're going to do it, and we'll put pieces around you, and you help John Elway get him a ring and another super. Yeah, so the powers that be made that happen. That's what I'm talking about. They can do that. That was forced on Peyton Manning. That wasn't his choice.
Okay, what about it be forced on the Clippers?
But why would it be forced on the Clippers?
Because you get old James Harden out of there, and you get a fresh LaMelo Ball that might have had some injury issues, so it wouldn't be too bad.
No, because then you're a deadline, the Charlotte Hornets. You want every club to do somewhat well. So if you rob the Hornets of LaMelo Ball and give them James Harden, you would just kill everything the Hornets, the fan base, the ticket sales. Ain't nobody coming. Ain't nobody coming.
Yeah, I can tell Chief don't like that one either.
Ain't nobody coming.
No, let me just say, I'm gonna blow a little dog whistle here. He who had ears, let him hear. Rick Snall from New York just paid $3 billion for a Charlotte Hornets team. They are not going to screw him over. Now, Michael, I can see it, but not Rick Snall.
Yeah, you try to bring what's your name over, right? Russell Westbrook, remember?
Yeah, well, that was talk that Michael wanted Russell. You know, I mean, but
Yeah.
he's a Jordan athlete.
Trying to keep. Russell been balling.
He just broke his hand though.
I mean, yeah, but that's just now. But he been balling since he left the Lakers.
No, he's been doing good.
Since he left the Lakers, he been doing his stuff.
I want them to get a ring this year. I want them to play Boston. I want to see how that turns out. You know, but
yeah, because the damn show won't be the Lakers, Dex.
Hey, stranger things have happened.
I want to see it. And that'll be to put a championship banner in that new.
The Lakers are deep now. Lakers is a playoff built team. They remind me of the Miami of the West. They're a playoff built team. They play good defense. It just they can't stay. They can't stay with the track meets team, the sprinters. That's the only thing to give Lakers problem. Teams that run up and down the damn court. And they be like, come on, y'all slow down. But let's play some half-court basketball. In the playoffs, you can't do all that.
OKC is one of those teams, though, Dex.
Yes, they are. They are. They sprinters.
Aren't they number 2 right now?
Yes, sir.
Let me.
The Lakers are number 7.
Lakers number 9.
9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trash.
They fighting the play-in scenario.
The bottom of the play-in scenario.
The bottom, yeah. They got to win 2.
Don't forget that. Yeah, they
got to win 2.
The bottom of the play-in scenario. Hey, but hold
they still
on.
got action.
One more thing on that LeBron thing. LeBron, he petty and messy. If he know he about to retire in a year, wouldn't that be funny to say, I'm going to go over to Charlotte and make Jordan watch my what they call that retirement.
Nah, that's going backwards. That's going backwards for LeBron.
Let me make Jordan watch that I didn't did this, did that. They're gonna have to celebrate me every time Jordan. Hey, man.
Nah, that's going backwards for LeBron. If he leave the Lakers, he going to a big market. Trust that.
Nah, man.
Flight. That means New York then, Dex?
Nah,
possibility. Man. I mean, New York is in the cards. But the thing about New York, Clutch Sports don't have no kind of relationship with New York front office. They despise each other.
Oh, that's Rock Nation territory, huh?
Yeah, that's Rock Nation. There you go. Rock Nation is CAA. Yeah. They don't.
Go ahead,
Pope. No. You own this. Go ahead, Chief. I know you going.
All that stuff. See, when we talk about all that stuff is involved. It's not just hoopers and 2K. I mean, the politics, the shoe politics. You know what I'm saying?
Shit. Here come Big Al, the Hornets boogeyman.
Different agents and who houses they in and everything. It's if Clutch and if Rich Paul has gotten over there. That's one of the reasons why I think that Lamelo gets a lot of resistance and he doesn't get pushed is because he's a Puma athlete and Nike and the rest of those shoes don't want Puma. The Puma dominates soccer. They don't want Puma to slide over into the NBA. They don't want.
You know what, Chief? You make a good point. How do you feel? Because I feel a certain way. But how do you feel when you see LaMelo Ball out there in all that Nike gear, and then the shoes are Puma, Nike socks, Nike shirt, Nike jersey. Nike sleeve.
Hey Dex, man. Let me talk some shit. Hey.
Who you addressing first of all?
Yeah,
I ain't addressing nobody. I'm addressing Slim first. Who on here fuel the bullshit that Slim was talking in the chat?
You said what?
Who on here fuel the bullshit Slim Hoop was talking in the chat about my boy?
What's your name started it? Pope started it. Don't be afraid to say Pope started that crap.
Pope started that shit?
Yeah, he started that role player, and he's all right, he's mid. Yeah, you missed it.
Oh.
Yeah, Pope started that, then jumped on the panel. When he saw y'all fussing in the chat, he jumped on the panel.
What happened?
Oh, man, he started that shit?
I couldn't even understand what my guy was saying.
This nigga repped the nigga that's in
about Miller, Pope.
How did you make out what this nigga said?
Yo, you full of shit, nigga.
How did you make out?
In the stream before I get my shit out, because this nigga joke.
Yeah, because Flight did it.
Flight gonna try to end the stream before I get my shit out. He gonna try to end it.
Flight, turn down your monetization because Big Al is ready to blow up the spot.
How the fuck are you gonna tell me Brandon Miller, a role player, when he playing better than the guy that was a star on the team 2 years ago. How the fuck is he an old role player, Paul?
He playing better than who? Who are you talking about?
Miles Bridges, nigga.
He playing better than Miles Bridges? You mean
Yes.
right now?
Yes.
You mean this year?
Oh my God, this nigga a rookie. What do you mean?
I'm just saying, you know.
Isn't Miles Bridges the leading scorer for the Charlotte Hornets right now?
He's playing better than Miles Bridges. Oh, if he gets the ball as much as Miles Bridges is, he's better than Miles Bridges, Dex. I'm just gonna tell you right now, Miles Bridges is good, no question, but you can't call him a role player if he's playing better than Miles Bridges.
Miles Bridges is a role player.
He is not. No, he is not, bro. He is not a role player.
So what is he?
Oh, okay. No, you tell me what kind of role. Okay,
is he an all-star? Wait.
Okay, you tell me what kind of role player he is.
Is he an all-star?
No, fuck that. You tell me
not.
He's a role. Pope, tell me what kind of role player Miles Bridges is. If
he's not an all-star. He's a role player.
Tell me Slim actually said role player. Pope just said he's mid.
Yeah, I said he mid-grade.
Well, he's not a role player then.
He mid-grade.
But he's not a role player though, Pope.
Yeah, Slim has actually said he's a role player. My bad.
He's a C plus.
Oh, Dex, you got you started shit.
Well, I mean, you know, Pope is not too far from him.
He's a C plus.
Slim, bring your ass up here then if he's a role player.
Hey, Slim, I was down in Nashville a couple of weeks ago, Slim. I was down there in Nashville. I went down to Jackson. I went down to Jackson, got me some hell of a soul food down there in Jackson.
Say a command.
Yeah, what is Miles Bridges? He's a role player.
He is not a role player, Pope.
He's not an all-star. You graduate. Listen. You graduate from a role player when you make an all-star appearance.
Man, please. He plays, but he plays good enough not to be a role player. That's my.
You graduate from being a role when you make an all-star.
Oh my God, that's bullshit. That's not true. That's not true.
I mean, what do you mean?
Well, Big Al, okay, you released some trauma. Now let's get back to some common sense. What's going on with the Charlotte Hornets? They have dumped like 3 games in a row, right?
Trash.
Well, what happened to the feel good aspect? I mean, are they coming back to earth, or it just a little mix up right now, and they get back on their winning ways?
Well, first of all, they were playing wrong with Cody Martin playing at point guard. Why is he playing at point guard? That's trash. First of all, I'm not saying. And then there's Michik guy. He's. I guess he's okay. He should be playing more as a point guard. They need Brandon Miller plays a better point guard than both of them. Well, and he shouldn't be playing that role.
The problem is Miller is your star right now. He's your guy. And so you're going to lose.
He's a rookie.
You're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Well, yeah.
Could we put all that on the rookie, though, Pope?
Right. Orlando was losing with Paolo.
I'm just saying. Melo was a rookie. We went to the play-in.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, but he still had Gordon. He still had he still had Terry.
And they was in and out the lineup. They was all in and out.
Cody, though? They had Cody and Bismack Biyombo. He had some veterans.
Bismack Biyombo.
yeah.
Cody Zeller.
Listen, I'm not saying what they was on the court, but what about the locker room? They're good locker room guys, right?
He had Nick Richardson, who was a 3rd-year summer league player.
Hold on.
No, Nick Richardson was a rookie then. Nick Richardson was a rookie on the second one.
Who was on that team? Because at the end of the day,
but what I'm saying, Lamelo did have some. He had some rail guards with experienced players. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I'm finna go lay it down, man. It's been a long day with me. Appreciate you.
Did Big Al do that to you, Pope? Did Big Al do that to you?
Oh no, never.
Did Big Al drain you?
Yeah, stress him out. It's all good.
All right, Pope. You gotta be ready for them kids, man. Pope love the kids.
Yeah, take care of your problems, man. Take care of your family, bro.
So Chief, how you feel about the Brandon Miller saga in the absence of the Lamelo Ball?
Trial by fire, baby. He's a number 2 pick. This is what, if under any other circumstances, this is what he would be doing anyway. On the Wizards, on any other team that lands a number 2 pick, those picks come in and they're put out there. Trial by fire. You know, they don't ease unless they're lucky where a good team had an off year and they fell into a pick. You know what I'm saying? You know, but normally teams that are bad get top picks. So they got the pick, and it's trial by fire. They to me, it's like, in my opinion, LaMelo can just sit this year and let Brandon just get this season in. You know, see, you know, and then you see what you can work on with him to continue to grow his game. You know, and let Brandon cook. I mean, all this talk about playing and playoffs, man, it's like, no, let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. He should be featured in the offense this year. You know, I mean, he should be featured. No one should be looking him off and all this stuff. You
Right.
know, you know.
Are they looking him off?
I was seeing some tweets that said that Mesich and some others was looking him off. You know, in the fourth quarter when they're saying that, you know, that Brandon should have the ball in his hands in the fourth quarter, but Steve Clifford ran some other type of play that lost the Hornets the game. The Hornets could have beat Toronto tonight. You know.
Oh wow, is that right?
They was real close. They was really, really close.
So Steve Clifford sold.
Yeah, well, yeah. He sold. He that's eventually. Hopefully they'll pull the trigger on him stuff and just put him to pasture.
You want him out of there?
Yeah, put him to pasture, man. He did Mitch a solid. You know, Mitch went and yanked him from the hotel where he found him after, you know, Atkinson left him at the altar. You know, I mean, it is what it is. You know, Cliffy did Mitch a solid to save him from a debacle.
Yeah, and he got 2 seasons out of it, right?
Yeah, he got 2 seasons out of it. He knew what it was. He knew what it is coming in here. He knew it was the side chick coming in. That wasn't the wife. He just there to hold over till the lady came in. It is what it is. Respect to the sisters through here. And, you know, this is a metaphor, you know. And so hopefully they won't since he was a good soldier, hopefully they'll just create some little position there in Charlotte and give him something to do, to give him a little money just to say thank you and get on about the business of the franchise.
They're gonna give Cliffy an office at the old training facility.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff finna bring in his people, man. You already know that.
But come on now, he's about to bring all his people in.
Yeah, he's finna bring in his people.
He's gonna bring his people in. And Dex, I don't think it's some people saying that, you know, he may need an older GM and all. I don't think Jeff Peterson is young and ambitious. And I think he's going to bring his people in, and I don't think there's going to be any retreads. You know, the normal retreads that you get, the normal retreads in this carousel you get.
So he's going to bring somebody off the streets?
Not off the streets, but I think their connect, and I've been saying this on my live. Watch the connects, bro. Watch those Atlanta connects. Watch those Brooklyn connects.
Okay, you know, who's in Atlanta that's not a retread?
Let me see. There was, you know, it's like that's the only thing. The only thing I fear is that Jeff Peterson was in Atlanta when Budenholzer was down there coaching them. And he coached them to that 60 wins. So I'm worried that he might reach for Budenholzer to come to Atlanta, you know. But what I'm saying is that the exactly, because I haven't really done that. I put it out for the BTW for us to start to look into going back to those connects, because if Richnall reached to grab Peterson and they've been having a connection since Atlanta, Dex, those aren't the only 2 that were connected. You know how this goes. You know, they have their circle. So if Snall is reaching from his circle, I want to know who else is in that circle. Who's in Jeff's circle? Who are the people that he's been talking to, coaching? You know, I believe that had they not fired Jacques Vaughn out of Brooklyn, I believe that Jeff may have tried to snatch Ollie to bring him down. This speculation, you know, but they got Ollie there now, Kevin Ollie up there now, you know. But I think it's going to be something.
Kevin Ollie, is he a intern coach or he is the coach?
I think he's interim right now.
Okay, so they still got action.
So they see. So what I'm saying, Dex, is I'm looking to see, because Lamelo's a dynamic player. Peterson's a dynamic president, and the owners are sending signals that that's kind of what they want out of Charlotte. That's why they got that last beast deal, this big social media deal. They want to look hip and and all that stuff. So I think that they're going to keep that energy up and down that organization, and I think they're going to reach for those type of guys, or get male or female to bring them in. And I'm sure Jeff already got an idea who he want on his guys on his team. I'm sure that he's a young lion. He's not going to want any of the old lions there anymore. It is what it is. I'm just waiting to see who. I just want to see where the shoe drop. That's what I'm just trying to see.
That's interesting right there. We got Slim can hoop on the panel. Big Al was screaming. He was screaming for him.
Here goes Slim.
So if you want to address Slim, he's there.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
My bad.
First time,
Slim. Fucked up, man. What's up, Chief?
Peace to you, Slim.
Man,
first time.
I heard what you. I read your little comment in the chat room, man. I appreciate that. What you said about my mama, nigga. You must go with Brandon Miller or something, nigga. Talking about my takes or whatever, nigga.
Man, it's a joke, my dude.
I don't give a fuck.
This
Your
is a
fat
joke.
ass probably ain't never even stepped on the basketball court talking about my takes, nigga. You out of pocket for that shit. On God.
Okay. Yeah, okay, man. You can say whatever you want to, man. You don't know me, bro. I play ball.
I done gotta know you, but I ain't gotta know you, but you ain't gotta say shit about my mama about over no basketball, my nigga. You out of pocket for that shit.
Wow, bro. You that sensitive, dog?
Hell no, nigga.
Well, let it go, man. It's just a joke, my dude. Let it go. Ain't no big deal.
Smooth.
Well, he's asking for apology, basically.
No. We ain't got to apologize.
I apologize. It's my bad, bro. I ain't mean to get under your skin like that, bro. Ain't no big deal, bro.
Now, what was you saying about the Brandon Miller shit? And I think our takes on why he's a role player is a little bit different. You know what I mean?
Well, no, you tell me why he's a role player, because I strongly disagree.
Okay, well, what I see role players are players that can help a team get to the ultimate goal, which are championships. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think a role player is. And there are plenty of role players that you wouldn't think that are role players are on teams that are really good players, but they play a role. And some of the examples, I got you. Some of the examples that I have are on Denver, Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon. They're not number one or number two options, but they play a role, right, of wings that they need to defend and stretch the floor. Am I right or wrong?
You said Aaron Gordon a role player?
Yeah, he's a role player. So is Michael Porter Jr.
Okay. Give me an example.
Hold on. Let me give you another example. Here are more role players that are wings that play a role on different teams. Herb Jones and Trey Murphy. They're not number 1, 2 options, but they play a role on the fucking Pelicans that help them win games, and they are a dangerous team in the West. I can give you more examples if you would like to. The reason why Jason Tatum and motherfucking Jaylen Brown ain't motherfucking like, well, those are bad examples. But okay, I'm gonna even go a little drastic with it. And I'm gonna say Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. I'll say Paul George is more of a role player to Kawhi Leonard. Who's the number 1 and who's the number 2 on that team? You can't say. Did you know that Paul George is number 6 in steals this year? He's leading. He's number 6. He ain't a number 1 or a number 2. I would say Kawhi is more of a number 1. So when I'm talking about Brandon Miller being a role player to LaMelo, Brandon Miller is nowhere near a number 2 option on that team.
He's nowhere near a number 2 option.
Yeah. So
really?
why you get So why you get? Yeah. He's a rookie.
That's not true. I don't agree with that.
He's a rookie. I don't care if you believe it or not. He's a rookie, bro. He's mid. He's average to me.
Okay, so Miles Bridges is number 2. Who's number 2 on the team right now?
I would think so. Miles Bridges can give you 42
Did
points
you hear what
and
I said about Miles Bridges?
No, what'd you say? My bad, I didn't hear it.
Now I feel like Brandon Miller is playing better than Miles Bridges right now.
I don't think so. I ain't seen.
I believe.
Hold on, sir.
Listen.
I
Hold
ain't
up.
seen.
You've
I
been
ain't seen
talking.
Brandon Miller score over 30 points this game. Miles Bridges done hit 42 and above and beyond. Like he's solidified as LaMelo's number 2. I would think. Look at how they played together.
Brandon.
In the past.
Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller has hit the 30 mark twice, maybe 3 times or more this season. I think 3 at least.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, Brandon Miller, in my opinion, is not getting the ball as much as Miles Bridges because Miles Bridges is a veteran. And for some reason, a lot of these guys have looked at Miles Bridges as the definite number 2, but Brandon, in my opinion, is more trustworthy in getting the ball in the basket from what I've seen. He seems like he's automatic. If he gets the ball, you can believe that he's gonna get the ball in the basket when he gets it. That's what I've seen.
Man, I don't agree, man. I see Brandon Miller, his growth and his potential is great, but as far as being a veteran leadership on this team, it's Miles Bridges all day for me. And when Melo plays with him, it's just undeniable chemistry, and I won't
disagree with that.
Me. That's fine.
But Brandon, in my opinion,
where do you see? Okay, let me ask you something real quick, Big Al. Where do you see Brandon Miller's role? Because that's what I'm confused on. What is his role?
He's not a role player though. I think he's a star. I think he's
okay, well then tell me his role
rookie. He's not a role player to me. He's a number 2.
He's a number 2 alongside LaMelo.
Yes.
At what position? What were you putting him as? A small forward, power forward, shooting guard? What?
Number 2 or number 3. He can do either. He's been burning guys at number 2. I know some people say he can't play 2 guard, but from what I've seen, he can burn niggers from the 2 position too. I mean, he's been doing both, man. I mean, he's shown that he can do. But I don't. He can do both, bro. He can listen. He is not a role player, in my opinion, because if a role player is the kind of guy who, like Thunder said earlier, he's the kind of guy that can only really operate in a couple dimensions. But Brandon has operated in multiple dimensions. Did you see him running point earlier in the game today? Did you see that?
I did not. I didn't.
He was running point. Okay, he does it better than Cody Martin. He can shoot. He can shoot the 3. He can play off ball. He can play on ball. He can defend. He rebounds well. What are you talking about? He's not a role player, bro.
That sounds like a wing to me. That sounds like a wing that
That's not a role player. A guy that defends, that can get his own shot, that can play off of other guys getting their shot.
Don't that sound
That's
like
not a role player.
Don't that sound like Aaron Gordon? Don't that sound like Michael Porter Jr.? Don't that sound like Kawhi Leonard? Don't that sound like
so Kawhi Leonard is a role player.
I'm not saying that, bro, but like as a number 2 overall option on the Hornets, I don't believe he's that right now as a fucking rookie. Hell no. How could he be? I don't give a fuck if he's doing that right now or not, bro. That's not what the Hornets drafted him for. They drafted him to be a wing defender. When you got to look at all the pieces that the Hornets are out right now. Mark Williams is out. LaMelo is out. And after these 2 people get back into the starting lineup, his role will change. He's doing that shit because these pieces are out and they need him to do it. Look at Cody. Look at what you said. Cody Martin, he's running point better than Cody Martin. Yeah, because he's a fucking trash can. They need him to do that. Fuck you talking
bro,
about?
Listen. You know what? You know what?
Takes is garbage in the chat, nigga. Fuck you. Nigga.
You know what, bro? Listen. I believe a lot of those players in that locker room believe the same shit you're saying right now. And that's why they looking them off on the court. But
No,
at
I
most
don't, I
of the
don't believe
time,
that. Listen, they not looking him off because of that. I'm not saying that he's garbage. You misunderstand it, fam.
but
I'm
no,
saying
bro,
I'm saying that
listen,
he is
listen,
a
listen,
rookie,
listen,
and
bro,
there.
listen.
Listen, I'm
The
saying that he is
reason,
a
listen,
rookie,
hold
and
on,
there is a pecking
Slim,
order. There is a
Slim,
pecking order. He is a rookie.
right? But
They
he
look
need,
off
but
Wimbignana. They look off him, bro. He don't get the ball every time. They look him off, and he motherfucker will be probably rookie of the year. What is you saying?
Miller should not be taking a back seat right now to these other guys,
Tell me
other than
why.
Why?
Melo.
Why you say that,
Melo.
Big Al? Why you say that as a rookie? Why you give him so much power?
Exactly. Exactly.
So why can't he have that power? That's
Lamelo came off the
if he's
bench as a
shown that he can
rookie,
do it.
and you trying to elevate this man to top status.
My point is, if he's shown the ability and the propensity to be trusted, why can't he be number 2, Dex? Why can't he be a guy that you look for before Miles Bridges or Mark Williams?
Because
Why can't
Miles
he be?
Bridges is proven.
And a veteran on this team that
Yeah.
Lamelo
Brandon is
developed.
proven too this year.
Not like
I don't
Miles,
see.
though. But not like Miles.
Thank
Because
you.
remember, there was a debate between who's going to the All-Star, Melo or Miles. There was a
Okay,
debate who they're going to give the money to, LaMelo or Miles. There was a debate who's going to be the face of the franchise, LaMelo or Miles.
but I feel like Brandon makes better decisions with the ball, Dex. That's why I think that he makes way better decisions, even better than Miles Bridges. Most of the time, he is not okay. When he gets the ball, he is not what do they call it? It's not the ball does not stick with him. If somebody's open, he gives it away, bro. But Miles is not like that. Miles is somewhat like that, but he doesn't really set people up like I think Brandon does. If Brandon has a better shot of passing, he seems to do that. So that's why I give him so much credit. That's really the only reason, Dex, to answer your question. Anybody else got anything to say? Flight gonna end the stream because I'm on now. What's about to happen? To say something.
No,
What's
we
going on?
we just believe that you might be inflating the importance
I'm
of
not.
Brandon Miller.
All right.
We're not
Whatever you
saying he's
want to
not
say.
good. We're not saying he's not good. We're just saying that it's just not his turn right now.
Correct.
That's bullshit. I don't believe in this turn crap. If the guy shows he has an ability, he should be getting the ball, man.
He is getting the ball.
Yeah,
He should get it more. He should get it more. You see what Chiefs said earlier today. At the end of the game, he was producing, bro. He should have got the ball at the end of the game. They hadn't even given him a chance to do that yet.
I mean, I believe right now he's a very good focal point in the Hornets offense, man. It's just that LaMelo and Mark Williams are out. And I think when they come back, his role will change dramatically. If you don't agree with that, then who don't know basketball?
You don't know what? Okay. Listen, I was right about Brandon in the beginning of the season because everybody was sitting on him in the summer league. They were sitting on him. You probably was sitting on him in the preseason and the summer league. Be honest. Be honest, Phil.
No, if you go check the receipts, homie, I advocated for the Hornets to draft Brandon over Scoot Henderson and everybody else. I was high on him. I thought that he will be a very good like I said, in my opinion, my definition of role player is different than everybody else's. He will be a very good piece added to help LaMelo and the team win games and make it to the playoffs and advance further. That's what I think. But as far as him being the number 2 and the star and all shit over LaMelo and Miles and Mark Williams, no, sir. He will be probably the 3rd or 4th option at best when everybody on the Hornets. Yeah. That's what I think, at least.
Behind who?
I say LaMelo first, Miles, Mark, and then Brandon.
It's a shame, Slim, that people forget about Mark Williams. I mean, it's like I know the league is what have you done for me lately. Mark Williams was putting up 20s and 10. He was a 2010 center with at least 1 or 2 blocks.
See, Dex,
a beast down there.
Slim, I think Dex is point of view was a little bit slated though, because he didn't want Brandon Miller on the Hornets.
I know, but not because of his skill set, though. Not because of his skill set, because of his baggage. That's the only thing that I was knocking, because the Charlotte Hornet had too much baggage going on with Montrezl Harrell and James Bouknight and what's the other boy? Miles Bridges.
Yeah, Miles Bridges.
So that was just a little too much for a team that's trying to bud together and bring and weed out a winning culture. So bringing in Brandon Miller with the nebulous cloud that surrounded him and his involvement with that situation, I mean, you finna just sink the whole ship. That's what I was thinking. And thank God he got found, to not be involved, and he was absolved for any for as being a person of interest. So that was good in that sense. And I'm not the only one that shared that sentiment, because Austin Rivers got on his platform and went to the mountaintop and said that Lamelo is surrounded by a lot of bad characters. So I didn't want that to happen more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Two decadence. The baggage is done now. Exactly. And so that's why once that was over with, and Charlotte drafted him, it was we Miller. You follow what I'm saying? We team Miller. Whoever team Melo, we team with them. So I'm not going to cause a separation between two young players that's trying to find their way in the NBA if they plan for a common cause. So that was the only thing that I differed at. Outside of that, as far as his talent, his archetype, his atomical structure, how he was compared to Paul George and those type of players of that ilk, I have no problem with. I never argue that. I'm never say, hell no, he ain't that. Hell no. No. Because I really didn't know much about Brandon Miller as far as that aspect. I got on Brandon Miller when that situation happened, and then followed him through the SEC tournament, and then followed him through the NCAA tournament. And right before the SEC tournament, I kind of watched him play a couple of games, and outside of that was it. I didn't know him like that until that incident sparked my interest of who the hell this guy is and who are those other guys that was involved. So I couldn't speak on him like that, and I didn't.
Hey, Big Al, man, I apologize for disrespect, fam. I got a little high-headed, man. I ain't mean none of that shit, fam. But it's just
ditto, man. I apologize too, man. I like to joke a little bit, man. When people say your mom, it ain't nothing big. You don't mean it. It's just a joke, man. So if you took that, if you really took that to heart, real talk, man. My bad. I apologize.
I'm driving, man. It's probably my energy drink that doesn't kicked in. I'm
shit!
What energy drink do you drink? Because I'm trying to stay away from that.
That boy came in.
You came in hard, Tim. I didn't know what to say.
He's ready to ride a Charlotte and beat my ass for real.
No. It ain't like that.
He's gonna climb through these carbon fiber wires and tear your ass to pieces.
Yeah, man.
What drink? Hold on. What drink? No. What energy drink you drink?
It was a 5-hour energy drink, man. And
okay, you drink that.
Yeah.
I thought you were drinking like Red Bull, Monster.
No, man.
I drink Celsius.
Drive to Atlanta, man. So I'm trying to stay up.
Oh, you going to Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hey, Slim, man. Hey, don't take me serious. I'm not serious like that, bro.
Yeah, I'm better.
Stop talking about people, mama, because you don't never know what their relationship with their mama.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, my mama gone, dog. My mama is.
My bad, Slim. Real talk, man. My bad, man. I won't. Yeah, man.
I shouldn't be.
I'll stop doing that, man. It's just but you know what I'm saying, right, Slim? You've heard people do that, and it's a joke, right?
Yeah.
But real talk, yeah.
Well, take that shit to the Laugh Factory. Bring your ass out here to LA, and I hook you up at a comedy club. Because I think you can go. I think you're a winner. You chose the wrong profession trying to play basketball and shit.
Yeah.
Uh,
You full of shit,
yeah.
dog.
But man,
Oh wow, but
let's
yeah,
don't sweat about the players though, man. They got rid of a whole lot of trash, man. They clean house pretty well, man. It's a
yeah,
lot of
they sure
Exactly.
did.
And
cleanup
this
that
is
they need
why,
to.
and you know what, Slim? This is
What?
why I disagree with Pope. He's still trying to hold on that all of this is still the influence of Mike.
Oh no, no
Mm.
sir. Like if you see the upgraded bench scoring that they got, they scoring almost over 20, 25 points off the bench. And I'm like, oh yeah, with Grant Williams and Seth Curry and all those Bartrands and all, or whatever Bertrand, how you say his name?
Yeah, yeah,
Bertrand,
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 Yeah, Bertans or
Bertrand,
whatever.
Davis
Yeah,
Bertrand.
that's gonna work right there. But I do agree with Pope. They need to add another All Star. They have to, or and I don't even know if they're gonna re-sign Miles or whatever. But they gotta add some one more, at least one more piece. I think, especially with all that money they acquired, add another piece. I look Donovan Mitchell. He's available or trade
You breaking up.
some decent. You know what I mean?
You
right,
breaking up,
right.
man. We didn't hear what you said.
And get oh my bad. I said re-sign Miles.
Oh, if he
Oh,
want to resign Miles,
yeah, I'm with him. I don't mind. You don't want to resign him, Dex? I'm about to get off anyway.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter
Okay, for the right price.
for the right price. I just can't wait till Mark Williams come back because I don't like people looking over Mark Williams and all the production he was doing early on in the season and when Charlotte Hornets was trying to take off. But they just had all that dead weight with Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward. You know what I'm saying? Not too much PJ Washington, but those two right there. And
Okay, well,
now
give
that
me Nick in LA, and I'll help you market so much about Mark Williams that you won't have to pay me $1. I just need Nick Rich in LA to back
What?
up AD.
You can
Yeah, I
have him.
said, all right.
well, you
You
wanted
can.
Woods, you got Woods,
No,
I
I
know,
and
right?
look
never
how that
wanted the
turned out.
hometown kid. No, I never wanted the hometown kid. No,
And look how that turned out. This motherfucker
never
can't,
wanted him.
he can't keep his composure.
They, I nicknamed him the answer because he's never the answer.
I'm like,
Hey,
what the hell Woods is doing?
Dex, y'all got who? Y'all got the other guy from New Orleans too, didn't you? The light skinned cat. What's
Yeah,
his name?
Jackson Hayes.
Yeah, Jackson
Yeah,
Hayes.
he was featured as a power forward. I told him I had a problem with that. I'm telling them about the problem about Palinka. They telling me they don't want to hear it, and Palinka's not the problem. I said, okay.
So
Okay.
Palinka's
Last time
only
I
the
checked,
problem because he hasn't netted a center, a true center, right?
and that's what I keep saying. But they saying that's an excuse or that's a cop out, and I'm looking at them like, boy, y'all dumb as a box of rocks, boy.
Oh man. But
Like,
yeah,
like how does Palinka get a pass? But every other GM, we blame them for their bad moves or like their of moves, but Palinka get a pass.
Because of his connection to Kobe, you already know what it is.
Man, I don't give no free passes like that, bro. I'm a
Yeah, but
fan of basketball. I
that's
don't
what
do
the
all that
Lakers
extra.
faithful, you know what I mean? He knows Kobe. He was Kobe agent. He kept Kobe here. He made Kobe a lifer.
Man, Kobe finessed them out of more money. That's all that was.
That's all it was.
Kobe finessed them out
Kobe
of
took
more
their ass
money.
to the cleaners.
what
Because remember, they didn't want to give Shaq the money because of the fight. But then they tried to blame it on, oh, we won't be able to have you with a decent team but it as soon as Shaq went to Miami, who signed the extension? I'll wait.
Well, it was obvious who team it was. Shit.
All right then.
But
Hey,
listen,
what's up,
Gemini,
y'all? What y'all
how
want to do,
can
man?
Shout out to Spike. 1 second, Spike. But Gemini, how can the Lakers pry Nick Richards from the Hornets? What do they have to offer the Hornets that's attractive?
Two
I
first
was
round picks.
saying it'll be 2 second-round picks, and it'll have to be Jax and Christian Woods
We
because
want a
Nick
first
make
round and a second
$5 million.
round. Gemini.
Huh?
Can you give it to us? A first round and a second round, my dude.
He's not worth no first round pick, man. Miguel, don't make me curse you out live. This will be the first time I ever had to curse you out on live. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. You literally trying to get cursed out, dude. You're literally trying to get cursed out, right?
You the one said you wanted.
You know that man not worth no first round pick, though. If he was worth the first round pick, that's a conversation. You know that man not worth no first round pick. So you trying to get cursed out. Because I do not want Christian Woods and Jax, who was featured as power forwards, to be playing centers.
Oh, okay, man.
I can openly say that.
All right, man. Hey.
Oh, okay, watch this. Watch this, Big L.
Right.
The last two seasons in with the Pelicans, honestly, what was Jackson Hayes' position?
I thought it was center. Backup center. That's what I thought it was.
No, it was not. It was Larry Nash. And it was the other guy from South America.
Oh, yeah.
Hernandez.
Okay. So then now watch this. What was Christian Wood's position at New Orleans, Detroit, Houston, and Dallas? Are we?
I don't know, man.
You just said backup center?
Yeah, backup center.
Okay. That goes to show you only watch Charlotte games. So let me educate you. He from the G League all the way to those 4 NBA teams. He was a backup power forward / starter. They would either front load his minutes or back load his minutes, but it would depends on the team that they're going against, right?
Then why is he listed as a center on NBA Reference?
Huh?
Why is he listed as a center on NBA Reference?
I have no clue because he was a power forward.
So they got it wrong then, huh?
Jackson Hayes was listed as a center as well. Spike, you know that, right?
Who?
Jackson Hayes was listed as a center as well.
Yeah, because sometimes he plays center.
Right.
Okay, sometimes he plays center.
So what are you talking about?
He was I said he was featured as a power forward.
Hold on. If you get put in at center, are you being featured at center?
Jackson Hayes.
You see that?
No.
You see that?
Because here's how he's moving the goalposts. I just told him who was the backup center because we all know who the starter was. No. I told him we all know who the starter was.
Let me ask you this, because you about to start tap
let me
dancing.
finish my statement. Let me finish my statement while you moving the goalposts like a Girl Scout.
Let me ask you this.
So literally,
did Christian Wood ever
he
play
was
center?
the backup. He was the backup power forward.
And did he ever play center?
Yeah, when he first got there.
Hold on. When he first got where?
When he first got to New Orleans, and then he got beat out for the position. See, that's the context you don't want to say. He got beat out for the position because the Larry Nash took that spot. Now, that's the part you don't want to say. The dude from South America, he even beat him out the spot. But that's the part you don't want to say. I watch Pelican games even when I don't want to watch basketball.
Right? The guy from South America, Willie Hernandez Jr.
Yeah. That's the second guy who beat him out for the spot. Oh, but you don't want to say that part. Then when it came to Houston, you saying Christian Woods was the center in Houston. You're saying Christian Woods was the center in Houston. You're saying he was the center in Dallas. Powell was the center in Dallas. I forgot who the guy was in Houston, but it damn sure wasn't no Christian Woods. That go to show you definitely don't watch no third coast games. So you talking about tap dancing? No, you need to speak facts and watch some damn basketball.
In Houston and in Dallas, he played the center position as well as power forward.
So he was PF/center.
Well, he played both positions, right?
They had him in a starting lineup as power forward. So was he the starting center or was he the starting power forward?
For which team?
For either one of them, for Houston or for Dallas.
I mean, he was the fringe starter. Sometimes he come off.
Okay,
the bench,
so
sometimes he started.
who is Powell? Powell. Who was that for Dallas?
Powell.
Stop talking out your ass, man. He
Hold
was
on,
the starting center
You
for
asked me a
Dallas.
question. Shut your damn mouth.
Powell was the starting center.
Don't
So how
forget
was Christian Woods the starting
Porzingis
center?
now. Don't forget him either. Chris Porzingis. Was they playing together?
Wow.
That's when he was at when he was at Houston, Dex.
Okay.
He was at Houston. He came after that.
Oh, he came after that. Okay.
He came after that because Houston didn't give him an extension.
Dwight Powell was listed as the center for Dallas.
Yeah, that's true.
Powell was the starting center for Dallas, though.
Yeah.
During the Christian Woods years.
Okay.
But you just said Christian Woods was the starting center.
No, I did not say that. I said he came off the bench and he started.
Christian Woods was the starting power forward for Dallas.
Are you sure about that? So he started every game for Dallas?
No, he didn't start every game because he got beat out the position. When he first got there, he was starting. Then he got beat out the position.
So how many games did he play in Dallas?
Off top,
I'll tell you, nigga.
His numbers.
He played 67 games and he only started 17. He was not no damn starter.
Yeah, he got beat out when he first got there.
Gosh.
I said that.
Oh my gosh. Y'all let this nigga do this, man.
No, he got beat out when he first got there.
Hold on, man. Hold on. What's the argument? What the hell is the argument?
He said Christian Woods was the starting center. I literally said he was not the starting center. Just like when it come to Jacks, he was not a starter. But then that's when she started pushing the goalpost.
I said you said Christian Woods was not a center, and I told you that he did play center.
He was not
Dallas.
the center for Houston and Dallas.
Yeah, I'm the one that told you that.
I was the one who said that. I said he was a power forward, dog.
He did both. He did both.
And garbage minutes, yes, he played center, but he was the.
Yeah, all I'm telling you is that Christian Wood played center and power forward. You said
don't say he played. I said no. The majority of his minutes are power forward.
No, you said
so don't make it seem like this man has been around the NBA. No, because here's what you're doing. You're talking. You're telling the people who's listening that Christian Woods has literally played center and been a legitimate center around the NBA, and that's a ball-faced lie.
Big Al. You know. Did he say Christian Wood only play power forward? Did he say that initially?
No, I said he was the power forward.
I'm talking to Big Al.
Man, y'all sworn enemies. What the hell going on?
Big Al waiting on Hornets content. He ain't worried about Christian Wood.
Hey, answer questions, Mike.
Go ahead.
He said he played power forward. I ain't gonna say he made
it. And then I said he played center and power forward, and he questioned it. Ain't that right?
No, you said center. You didn't say shit about power forward, and that's what I'm calling your bullshit on. I hate when you do that Girl Scout cookie shit, and then you flip the shit towards the end. You always do that, Hope.
Small brain.
You always switch the shit towards the end. I hate when you do that, dog. You add on at the end, and that's the shit I hate.
Why you always
say
bite
the
on
shit
it,
the whole way.
If you know this is his routine, then why you bite on it?
Because I hate the whole shit, dog.
It's not a routine. I walked him down the alley.
This is somebody who gets their haircut at a hair salon, dude. I hate when she does that, dog. I hate when she does that.
Why you let him listen to you, Jimmy? He gets you every time.
You make it sound like I said something wrong. I said Christian Wood was a power forward at New Orleans, Detroit, Houston, and Dallas. That's all I said. I didn't say nothing about fucking playing center and garbage minutes or when somebody was hurt. I didn't say shit about that. Then I said when it came to Jax, I said he was featured as the power forward. When he first got to New Orleans, yes, he was drafted as a center. He lost
That's
the
what I
fucking
heard.
position. I said that.
Spike Lee,
But
that's
you're
what I
making it
heard.
sound like I didn't
All right,
say
now
that.
can I respond?
And that's that whole shit.
Now can I respond? So, and when he said that, yeah, that's exactly what he said. And now I'm saying Christian Wood also played center. He wasn't just a power forward. And it seemed like, but is there a pushback to that?
He got skull drag
Is
every
there
It
time
shouldn't
he
be. It
played
should be
center.
no pushback
There
because
should
he
be no
did
pushback
play
to that,
center
right?
as well.
Yeah.
No, I
So what
said
I'm
he
saying
got
is, hold
skull drag
on. So what
the
I'm
whole
saying
time.
is, he is not just a power forward. He plays center as well. That's what I'm saying, and
And
that's a fact.
so
Because
okay.
these teams
Don't
play small
listen.
ball
Hold on. Listen.
sometimes. You know.
Hold on. You got to speak. So
No,
what I'm
that's
saying is,
cutting you off. I didn't say nothing.
okay. So
No,
what
the
I'm saying is,
voices, bitch.
see, he emotional now. See, he on his
No,
period
the
now.
voices. I didn't say nothing.
Hey, all right, go get your tampon
Don't
and come
blame
back.
me.
Go get your
Don't
tampon and come
blame
back.
me for your maxi pad.
Go
That was
get your
Dex who said
now I'm
something.
the one with a
That
maxi pad.
wasn't
When
me.
I just said the joke to you, nigga. Now you want to flip it back on you. You's a real
No,
bum
I
ass
didn't
nigga,
say
man.
nothing. That was Dex.
He still don't know what we talking about, man. You's a
What you
wild one, man.
mean? You blaming me for what Dex said.
Yeah, so be
Don't
quiet and
blame
let
me
me
for
talk.
what Dex said.
So be quiet and let me talk. Shut your damn
Well,
trap.
stop calling my name, oh.
I didn't say nothing about your name. Shut your damn trap.
Oh my God.
So what I'm saying is,
Gemini
don't
has went
parade
over the
around like
edge.
the guy is just a power forward. He's a center and a power forward.
Kristen Woods. No, Dex. Kristen Woods literally is not a legitimate five. Jax is his basketball IQ on the defensive side makes him a bad five. He has a high motor.
Yep.
He does run the floor like a gazelle, but
He
they
get
do
lost.
not. Ham does not use him right as the slasher and dunker slot like he's supposed to be used, like he was used with the Pelicans. That actually was the highlight that actually made his career. So he's being utilized wrong. Number two, he is undersized. If you're talking about a team that's going into the playoffs, once again, only into the playoffs, he will get you possibly through that first round. When it comes to that second round and then that Western Conference Finals, you are assed out with either one of these two young men that are decent, especially when it comes at being a power forward. But when it comes to being a center, built for them trenches with your hard hat, with your hard hat and your lunch pail, they heart pump Kool-Aid. They're not built like that. So that's why Palinka shouldn't have reached out to them to fill a position that we are for the longest a win now team, and they don't make that cut when you're talking about a win now organization. So when it comes to a center position, you should have looked somewhere else. That's what the complaint is right now about Christian Woods, because not only was he already having off the court issues, he's having off the court issues again.
Hey, Dex, can I? Not Dex, Gemini, can I tell you something, man?
Yes,
So,
sir. What
hey,
you got?
you pound the ground for Nick Richards, but I heard somebody talk about the dynamic of the Lakers that might not work out for you if you got Nick Richards, because apparently, what's the guy, Gilbert Arenas, he brought this up. I think it was a good point. So the
Okay, what you got?
So that the issue is you don't have a five that can shoot threes. They don't really have a lot of
five don't need to shoot threes. A five
but
doesn't. A five in the new NBA.
Golden State don't have a five that can shoot threes.
But they got other guys.
They have number power forwards that shoot threes.
But they got everybody on the court, but the center that shoot threes. That's the only difference. And the Lakers.
No, the Spanish guy. The Spanish guy is normally a power forward. He shoot threes. Jackson Davis, who they drafted out of Indiana, power
Jackson
forward,
Davis.
he shoot threes. So what they're doing, they're running a small lineup. That's why the tallest man on the court, I'm sorry, on their team is 6'10". Everybody else is 6'9" and below.
But I think that's what he's trying to do with Christian Wood because he shoots
No,
three.
no, Kristen Woods is a finesse power forward. Yes, I'll give him that. But
But
what the
he's trying to
overall
put him in
issue
power
is,
forward, man. He
no,
plays
they're not trying. They're not using him right because here's the funny thing behind that. Every game, if you watch the game, he is getting skull dragged in the paint. In fact, the only games that he has had decent games, a bulk of his stats have came during that garbage time. And yes, I'm talking about Christian Woods, the
Okay.
answer.
Okay.
When it comes to Jazz, the problem is if AD does not play between 38 and 42 minutes a game, 9 times out of 10, that's an L for us. Because why? When he goes to the bench, he cannot get a proper rest because we have not gotten him a proper backup since the championship year. And if you really want to be technical, every time we were supposed to have a decent center, either we got them when it was over the hill or we got them and they did not produce. Palinka got into it with D Jones right after he signed the contract. On media day, he said he didn't want to be a Laker no more. And that was right after the meeting with Rob Palinka, which is 2 days after he had signed I'm sorry, a week after he had signed the contract to be a Laker. Now he's where? I think in Cleveland and not getting no time.
Okay, so I got a question.
What you got?
When you talk about the Lakers, anybody talk about the Lakers, what I noticed is from what I'm seeing, Anthony Davis is star, right? I don't
He's
think
a
they
what?
Anthony Davis is starting center, right?
Yeah, he's the starting center by default, made by decision by Rob Palinka. Yeah, go with it.
Okay, but the point is he is starting center because they trying to have 5 out. They're trying to work it with LeBron and working the inside probably. Because he's a good decision maker when it comes to fantasy.
No, that wasn't what it was supposed to be though. L. Okay, when LeBron the off season, LeBron didn't work on cardio. He worked on actually just bulking. Okay, he didn't work on cardio that off season. When it came to the season, it really looked like he took a step back, right? So what they did was that season they put him at they on defense they put him at power forward, but when it comes to the offensive side, they had actually have him running the small forward position, just like even now they're doing the same thing with him. So literally, is on offense is like we're running a double small forward system that we're really not running, but that's what we should be running. But then when it comes to defense, he's just at the power forward position. And he's been double slotted for that like the last 2 seasons. Like for real, for real. Then when it came to AD, when he didn't work on his cardio and he finally got up to the weight class to be the heavyweight class, but you're still going against super heavyweights. So Rob Palenka is not a good recruiter when it comes to the center position. And I will say this, as a Laker fan, we are so used to Shaq as our last center. That's why Rob Palenka let Zubac go. That's why he didn't keep Drummond. Drummond only needed to work on conditioning, but Drummond was also in and out the lineup with injury, but he needed to work on conditioning. He would have been fine. What happened? He goes to Chicago. They work on him with conditioning. What does it look like now? Like it's time to give him another big contract again. Okay, I'll take a step back. I'll digress. Jay Huff, who we got as a non-draft pick. Jay Huff left us, got signed by Washington, had the good end of the season with Washington, played Joker very well. What did Denver do? Denver said, you played Joker too well. Come over here and ride the bench. Now he's where? In Denver. I can talk about the big men that we let go for little or nothing, or that we really should have acquired. Just like this young man that we just picked up. I have no problems with picking him up. But now we're put in a position where you either have to cut Kristen Woods because of the off the court issues, and he may have to be dealing with the court system so he can be a father to his son, or we gonna have to cut Cam, or we're gonna have to cut Jax. Those are the three that either gonna have to cut for this young man to actually get a spot, because Palinka did the wrong thing by putting the two-way players the way he did, and he been shuffleboarding them so wrong that it's been ridiculous. And he let one of the better two-way players go, which was Hodge. Then he let the better shooting two-way player go, which was Windler. And he just got with a Windler because White Castle is hurt right now. So literally, Kristen Woods is still hurt, but he having off the court issues. White Castle, who's also they finally slotted him right as a power forward. So, but when it comes to the actual center position, if anything, I would rather have White Castle at the center position than Kristen Woods. Why? Because Kristen Wood is a more athletic, craftier power forward. But when it comes to actually battling with other centers, man, the man been getting beat every time he guards a center. And that's what nobody wants to talk about. No one wants to review the tape when it comes to these players. I don't just talk out my ass. I watch these games and literally see if they can play it or not. If they can play it, I'll tell you they
You do
can
be
play it.
talking out your ass.
If they can't play it, I'll tell you they can't play it. Kristen Woods is a garbage center. Dumpster juice. Ed Reed voice. Trash. What you got?
I don't agree with nothing you talking about. Dex.
You don't agree with it? All right.
No, I said I don't agree. I don't agree with them about no Lakers. Dex, what you think about all this? Because you're a Lakers fan too. I don't know nothing about what you talking about, man.
No, Gemini he can handle. He's a very good representative and ambassador for Laker content.
I watch basketball. Even today, I done went back, and the last game that was just on that I was watching was the Phoenix game. I didn't watch every game today. I watch basketball. I don't even track other sports like I used to, because this is how much I enjoy basketball. I hated even finding out Kristen Woods had off the court issues. Man, that's why you using your pink pom poms right now, because you don't even know these players. Because you don't even know these players.
If you watch all this basketball, you need to go get you a new prescription.
Well, you the same one that said Brandon Miller
came to fight. I see that right now. Spike came to fight.
It is what it is. Miller was garbage. Miller would never be produced. That was a wasted pick. I don't see why they picked him. Oh, they should have picked Scoop. Oh, now Scoop went to the G League. Oh man, Scoop's still playing better than Miller. Yeah, I know it. And you seen it live and direct, and you just no talent. You didn't see none of the double teams. You didn't see none of the how they would clamp down on him when it came to traps. You didn't see none of that. You didn't see how his teammates was even looking off of him and not using him within the offense. Now you didn't see none of that. Oh, I forgot. You didn't see when they put him at power forward. You didn't see that, but you was live and direct at the game. So yeah, man, it is what it is, dog. You know it all, dog. You know it all, dog. You know it all.
What do you gotta say?
I dig it. Yeah, I'll say it like this: you couldn't even scout your cousin a girlfriend with these eyes because I know what you gonna pick for.
Woo! Oh, flight about to end the stream on that one.
Man, dog. I I be trying not to like literally say how I really feel because I'm on YouTube, but all this capping that people be doing, sometimes they need to take the maxi pad, sit down with their cranberry juice, and shut the fuck up.
Woo! Damn.
That's exactly what the fuck they need to do. I get
Lord,
tired of that bullshit. I'm sorry, Dex. I'm sorry, Big Brother Flight. I just get tired of the capping, bruh. I really do. If you don't watch basketball, be a man or a woman about it, or hermaphrodite like you like to act, and be honest about it.
yeah.
Don't just act like, oh, that's my team and I'm gonna speak up for them and they can't do no wrong. I'm a delusional bandwagon ass fan. Nah, bro, don't do that with me. Cause I could talk about every team and tell you who to watch out for, who may be a spotlight that night, or who may just get destroyed.
Hold up,
Because
Jimmy.
why? I watch
feel like
basketball.
Jimmy, I feel like you playing me right now. What the fuck going on, man?
No, bro, because I hate the capping, dude. I hate the capping. I
Okay.
hate the capping, dude. That's one thing about me. I I don't mind when we're telling truth, when we're literally saying what a player can do, what a player can't do. Just like how I brought up to Dex, and yes, I brought it up to Purple and Big L. You know, I brought it up to you before. I wanted Nick on the Lakers, but I knew it was going to take two second round picks and it was going to take Kristen Woods and Jackson Hayes. I wanted to go with that move, but other Lakers fans did not want to go with that move. But we need AD with a decent backup. Nick would be a decent backup, not starter, but a decent backup. I'm tired of this young man having to play 38 to 42 minutes a game, and then everybody crying when he don't put up 40 points every game with 15 rebounds and then like 4 assists. It's like, come on, man, y'all want this man with all these minutes. Y'all talk about LeBron then played all these minutes within the NBA and y'all complaining about that. But hell, we doing the same thing with AD, but nobody
What
wants
you
to talk
talking about?
about that.
What you
No,
talking
I'm saying when it comes to other Lakers fans, they be speaking half truth so bad to where I be calling them cap all the time.
But hold on, what you saying? Playing 40 minutes and people complaining about him not getting 40 and 15. What you talking
Yeah, because okay, they
about?
are
Who
feeling
you talking about?
Lakers fan, Lakers fan.
No, the player, player.
Oh, Anthony Davis.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. There you
So
go.
then, so then when he's also guarding someone that's out of his weight class, oh, he still should have put up 40. Man, this dude is a heavyweight going against a super heavyweight. Boy, that's a different weight class, yeah. And you could tell you didn't play basketball.
So who you want to start at center if you don't want Anthony Davis starting at center?
He's the center by default, so I'm dealing with that unlogical situation, and Palinka put him in that situation. So until we get a decent center, he he has to stay at center, even with LeBron being at this age. Because prime example, remember when we watched the draft, and I said, why didn't the Lakers get the guy out of UCLA?
Oh yeah.
And they put on for the hood out of Indiana, and I was mad about it because we didn't need a point guard,
hmm
but we drafted another point guard. That's why I'm like now with the Dinwiddie situation. How many more damn guards do we need?
Right.
And I even told them, I said, man, we starting to look like Charlotte with all these damn guards. Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah.
said it to hit them in the gut because I want them to understand, bro, we do not need all these damn guards.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong if we're going for guards that are, I guess, stars, right? Because even Ham said, I'm looking for a guard that can put up 20, average 10 assists a game, or at least give me, if not the 10 assists, like 4 to 5 assists and like 6 rebounds. I'm like, okay, you're talking about an all-star. So how could we go for an all-star when Jenny said that we're staying underneath the second apron? Doesn't make no sense. But he got in front of the media and said what he said. So it is what it is, and that's what I call cap on. And then she gonna come up here and make it sound like Kristen Woods it was a starting center when I said power forward. So yeah, I call cap, but
Yeah.
I am happy with the additions. Like I said before you got on, I am happy with the additions that Charlotte is doing. I'm so ecstatic that they're not sitting idle and they're but like I gave them 3 years. Remember when we was talking about the new ownership? But
Mhm.
I actually see that it can be maybe a 1.5 season turnaround rather than even a 2 year if they keep doing the moves that they're doing. But
Yeah, everybody.
I still say this. I still want Nick in a Laker uniform though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie.
Wow,
I need him over there as a backup, dog.
I'm surprised.
Come on, do me a solid and trade me Nick, dog.
Yeah, I said I want that first round and that second round, Drew.
He's not a first. He is not a first, and you know that. That's why I'm about to curse your ass out. And we partners.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know, man, because you sound like you want him too bad.
Nah,
You
I
reaching
need him
for him
as
too
a
hard.
back. I need him as a backup
You,
because the same dude that he's talking about has barely averaged, even when he has had 26 minutes a game, right? Compared to what he did in Houston and compared to what he did at Dallas, 16.7, right? He hasn't even averaged me 12 to 14 points a game, even with 26 minutes a game. So don't
yeah,
give me no BS that this man is a center in the National Basketball League. The man is a power forward, finesse power forward that is great at his position at power forward.
but you agree he played center at times, right?
Yeah, he played center when the center for Houston got hurt or in garbage time in Houston. He did not play that in Detroit. He did not play that in New Orleans. And when it came to Dallas, they barely used him at it, but they did use him when Powell was hurt. When
Right.
Powell went down, yes, certain games they used him, certain games they did not use him. Why? It was a bad matchup. Because remember, the Cleveland Center was was still in New Jersey at that time. So you had Clack and you had why can't I call that boy name, man, right now? Allen. So you had Clack, you had Allen. So they was hitting Dallas with the two-hitter quitter real quick. And that boy was getting skull dragged. He couldn't even keep up with them two boys on the court. And let's not talk about when he played Bam. Bam just molested him and left him in a
Yeah,
corner.
yeah, he sticks out. He not really a center, but he can play center because he's long. He has a
Oh,
long arm.
and let's not talk about when he went against Stephen Allen, Adams, and couldn't get one damn rebound until Adams went to the bench.
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody said he was
oh,
proficient.
oh, but we don't want to talk about that, right?
Yeah,
See, but see how I'm keeping everything in context. Oh, and let's not talk about when Nurkic was still with the Blazers and Nurkic this. Oh, you think Adams did him dirty? Nurkic actually had a real good game against him. Was average all the rest of the year, but had a damn good game against him.
So
But
listen,
you don't want to talk about
I'm
that.
about to head out.
No,
But
not
they
you. I'm talking about her. She don't want to talk about that though.
hold up. So this is how Dallas used to use Christian Wood. This is how he used to use him. You remember, because right now they got PJ Washington. Now,
Right.
him and PJ Washington actually the same size.
It's a similar game. They
Right.
are a
But now
similar game.
listen. The
Okay.
same way Charlotte used PJ Washington, I think is how Dallas used Christian Wood. Because sometimes
Exactly.
Charlotte would play PJ as center. He
For
played
small ball minutes. For small ball minutes, and they only played that in spurts.
Yeah, and I think he's gonna be doing that in Dallas because he has somewhat that.
No, that's wrong. That's why they picked up the center out of Washington. No, that's why they picked up the dude out of Washington. So they would not use PJ for small ball situations. That's why they went and got him out of Washington.
Right. Okay. You're right about that. Okay.
Because Lively been getting out muscled, and that's what that's what the complaint was. Lively been getting out muscled, but they wanted like to still kind of stay young at the center position. But the only way to do that was to get rid of the garbage player they had backing him up. Well, I say the only reason why I say garbage is because he's in the West. In the East, he can produce, but in the West, where these are normally where a lot of your super heavyweights be like lying in wait. But when it comes to the East, like they're going with a more heavyweight type center and keeping it pushing. But in the West, we still got a couple of super heavyweights over here. Now the East got a few less, but in the West, we got more super heavyweights over here at the center position, bro.
Yeah. Well, man, you don't force me off the panel, dog. I'm about to leave, bro.
Well, I'm about to be out too because I'm actually double slotted, but um I I, I only chime back in because I was proud of you what you said. You said it with your chest, what you were speaking earlier. I was listening, but I'm just happy you said it with your chest. You didn't buckle, you didn't fold.
Yeah, you know, I always say in my chest. I don't really back down when it comes to talking about my boy Brandon, man. Because listen, he's done a lot, man. As a rookie, man, come on, bro. Let's give him some credit. It's all good, man.
I'm proud of him, and that's why I'm also proud of the moves that y'all making. Y'all y'all are really showing that y'all came to play, not just came to sit and be idle. I'm so proud. I'm so actually proud that it's actually ridiculous because I even gave y'all a shout out on FYM channel about the moves y'all have been doing, how y'all solved the 54.5 million dollar problem. Oh yeah, I gave y'all props. I really did. I ain't even gonna hold you. So,
Okay.
but I'm gonna call it a night because I got something to do at 5:45 in the morning. So,
Wow.
Dex, Big Brother Flight, I love y'all like play cousin, Big L. You already know what time it is. Just stop the cap, man. Just please stop the cap.
Cap on what? Now, what the hell you talking about, dog?
No,
Oh, you know.
that individual know who I'm talking about, man. Stop the cap, dude.
Oh,
Just
what?
stop the cap.
Okay, man.
It was cap about no, not you. It was cap about Miller. Now it's cap about Woods. It's cap about Jax, and you don't even know how he got beat out his position by a power forward that actually took his spot as the backup center.
Oh, okay.
So you don't even watch basketball. Cut it out, man. Stop the cap.
All right, man. You and Spike need a stream so y'all can argue. Y'all need your own podcast to argue back and forth. This shit.
Man, I can't be at sitting at the same table with a hermaphrodite, dog. Don't do me
Oh,
that. Don't do me that, dog.
all right,
I
Jimmy.
hate that. Stop the cap, bro.
Okay,
But
okay.
I holler at y'all.
All right, Jimmy.